expression, generator expression, see 15.7 for primary expression, class expression, see 15.8 for primary expression, async function expression, see 15.6 for primary expression, async copy.
Testing.
International 2024 1327 regular expression literals syntax C12 5 3 7
Test assist.
O N capital L I T E R A regular expression literal is false. 3 2 7 2 static semantics capital I S capital V A L I D capital R E G U L A.
Is the fan that loud? Maybe I should turn it off. It's pretty loud.
The abstract operation capital I S capital V A L I D capital R E G U L A R capital E X P R E S S I O N capital L I T E R A takes argument literal, a regular expression literal parse node, and returns a boolean. It determines if its argument is a valid regular expression literal. It performs the following steps when called. Let flags be flag text of literal. If flags contains any code points other than D, G, I, M, S, U, V, or Y, or if flags contains any code point more than once, return false. If flags contains U, let U be true.
Okay, so I updated the assembly whatever program to use position, absolute, and I'm going through and carefully making it relatively position whatever.
Elements of string value as a Unicode BMP code.
So I might break it. I'm probably going to break it. I'm going to try at first pass, update the whole thing to absolute positioning. Because if I don't, I'm going to keep putting it off. I'll never do it. So I don't know, that's where I'm at. And this whole, it's so confusing with chatbot. Because RIP is the instruction pointer. That's not the position of the program. It is the position of the program, but it's not the base of the program. Unless there's a hidden value behind the scenes that takes up space in the program. I don't think there is.
Plus in yield.
So I don't know. I gotta figure it out. It's so annoying.
Yield.
I think I'm gonna like move RIP or move to like register the RIP address with nothing assigned to it, and then move an absolute address, and then move an address using relative, and compare the three and figure out once and for all, because I can finally print stupid values now.
Literal yield await.
So I need to like print the fucking values, see what the address is, and figure this out because chatbot, it mixes everything up.
Template.
I don't know, it's what I'm gonna do now.
Tagged. substitution template yield a wait tag. It is a syntax error if the number of elements in the result of template strings of template
because the program, whatever.
greater than or equal to 232. Substitution template yield
When I have
head expression.
the program right now, it was default relative positioning, whatever. Because I didn't want to figure it out at the time, so now I forced myself to figure it out because I just set it to absolute. So I have to finish updating it, otherwise I got to undo. And I'm kind of far at this point with like updating it, so I might as well finish updating it. But somehow this is valid when it's in the mode default relative. And this breaks relative addressing because there's addition and it's not a label. Like, I don't know. How does it work if it's relative addressing and you break the rules, and it can also be an absolute address? That's ridiculous. It means nothing. I don't know. These rules for this whole instruction set is just stupid for 64-bit. It's just really dumb. I don't know. And they apparently have full support for 64-bit addressing, but it's like 20 to 30% slower, and then 10% slower for all the move operations. So it probably gets like 35% slower. And they don't push for the full 64-bit mode with addressing because it's like dramatically slower. I don't know. These are not 64-bit computers. It's like a hijacked 32-bit magic act.
Middle raw
So I don't know. I'm trying to just freaking convert this shit.
E2
I want to print the addresses and figure out whatever.
string template token raw. The abstract operation template string takes arguments template token, a no substitute, shine template parse node, a template head parse node, a template middle parse node, or a template tail parse node, and raw, a boolean, and returns a string or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If raw is true, then a let string be the TRV of template token, else a let string be the TV of template token, return string 3, 2, 8, 4 get template object, template literal. The abstract operation get template object takes argument template literal, a parse node, and returns an array. It performs the following steps when called. Let realm be the current realm record. Let template registry be realm. For each element of template registry, do if E is the same parse node as template literal, then I return E. Let raw
It's because...
assert raw strings is a list of...
Okay, this is what I'm trying, like, to explain what I'm thinking. So, it's a 64-bit processor, but they push a mode that technically keeps it mostly 32-bit for all load operations.
create
But all store operations, they force absolute addressing. Not directly, but like behind the scenes when you use default relative.
define property or
So,
property
using relative is like optimizing it
true
to use 32-bit,
be the string
but they pretend that it's like, it's a super mode. It's really just like a label or an attribute that you can sprinkle around if it's ever a plain label.
perform
It's not even a full mode because you can't do relative writes. So you can like read from a label using relative, like this keyword, whatever.
false 5 perform
But you can't write to a label using relative. So it's only optimizing, if you want to call it optimizing, the read operations.
Token contains a not escape sequence. In all
It's just stupid.
the string, ECMA internet.
I don't know. That may have explained it better. But I don't know, that's why it's so annoying. Just really stupid.
In the program code of a relevant
64-bit sucks.
object that is used in the evaluation of tag templates. 1, 3, 2, 8, 6. The template objects are frozen and the same template object is used each time a specific tag template is evaluated. Whether template objects are created lazily upon first evaluation of the template literal or eagerly prior to first evaluation is an implementation choice that is not observable to ECMAScript code. 1, 3, 2, 8, 5 runtime semantics. Substitution evaluation. The syntax-directed operation substitution evaluation takes no.
So, I think I converted the whole thing to work as absolute. So I'm going to try to run it. I'm hoping it'll work.
Template middle list template tail. Return. Substitute
Yes! I think it works.
middle list. Template middle expression. Let subref be.
It had no errors.
B.
I'll delete the old ones.
Ref. Return sub. Template middle list. Template middle list. Template middle expression.
And it made it.
Substitution.
So now I'm going to put relative on a label that's right to see what it does.
Next B. Get value. Next ref. Return the list concatenation of
But first off, I'm going to get rid of relative for a read, for Lee.
No substitution template.
So this calls, gets us some time, processes file. I'm going to get rid of it
Template.
and see if this was an error.
Plate spans. Let head be the TV of template headers defined.
That's not an error.
Ref B. Evaluation of expression. Let sub B. Get value. Subref. Let middle B.
I did switch it to absolute. So wait.
Evaluation of template spans. Return the string concatenation of head.
I'm going to switch it back to
ECMA.
default relative. And then I got rid of the segment registers. So stupid.
Properties of template objects. Note 1. The string conversion semantics applied to the expression value are like string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Template spans. Template tail. Return the TV of template tail as defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Template spans. Template middle list template tail. Let head be. Evaluation of template middle list. Let tail be the TV of template tail as defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Return the string concatenation of head and tail. Template middle list. Template middle expression. Let head be the TV of template middle as defined in 1, 2, 9, 6. Let subref be. Evaluation of expression. Let sub be. Get value. Subref. Let middle be.
Okay, so in relative mode, there's no penalty for using relative. That's already relative.
Template middle expression. Let
And chatbot made it confusing because it said like using relative will access memory and offset it. So I thought if it's relative by default and then you put relative, it's double relative. And chatbot didn't correct me on that. I was really confused. So now I kind of got that. I just had to print these addresses to figure out because I don't know.
semantics. Early errors.
The whole like 32-bit offsets from a relative position of the program when it's a 64-bit processor. They should have just released the 64-bit processor, not done the 32-bit tricks, and then optimized the CPU over the last like 10-15 years because the mode's so much slower. 64-bit.
E R
This is not really 64-bit.
E N T
And you pay how much money for a 64-bit processor? They can only do 64-bit writes with this special mode, but it can't do 32-bit writes with this special mode, the least they could have done is make it do the reads with relative, but also do the writes with relative. But instead, they just hijacked between the two modes. And they like sold it and they push for this mode, which is the most optimal, which happens to not be truly 64-bit.
PRESSI.
Because if this was running in truly 64-bit mode, it would run 30 to 35% slower, which is why they use a stupid trick.
RENTHESIZED, capital EPRESSI.
So this works.
Capital AN, return. Evaluation of expr, parenthesized expression, return.
So I'm gonna like write out all four of them.
This may be of type reference. Note to the string conversion semantics applied to the expression value like string prototype concat rather than the plus.
So it's like really clear.
Semantics applied to the expression value like string prototype concat rather than the plus operator. Note this algorithm does not apply get value to evaluation of expression. The principal motivation for this is so that operators such as delete and type off may be applied to parenthesized expressions. ECMA International 2024 257 13.3 left-hand side expressions syntax. Member expression, yield, await. Primary expression yield await. Member expression yield await. Expression, plus in yield await. Member expression yield await. Identifier name member expression yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged super property yield await. Meter property new member expression yield await. Arguments yield await.
And because chatbot might not be right, so I have to like double check because chatbot is crap.
Yield await.
It says shit, it's not right, and then I like realize it's not right, and I wasted time not really knowing. Chatbot sucks.
Yield await. New
I need to stop using chatbot.
expression yield await.
But it's like slightly more convenient than Google.
ALL.
But it's not. I'd rather not know than like almost possibly know, but also know that it's probably wrong because chatbot doesn't know.
Capital A.
It's all just as bad.
C. Capital A. R. Yield await. Super call yield await. Import call yield await. Call expression
Okay, so now here's the error messages
await.
for default relative,
Identifier name. Call expression yield await. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Call expression yield await. Private identifier. Super call. Yield. Await. Super arguments yield await. Import call. Yield. Await. Import. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Arguments. Yield. Await. Argument list yield await. Argument list yield await. 58. ECMA International 2024. Argument list. Yield.
I'll switch it to absolute.
Expression. Plus in yield await. Dart. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Argument list yield await. Assignment expression. Plus in yield await. Optional expression. Yield. Await. Member expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Call expression yield await. Optional chain yield await. Optional expression yield.
1 second.
Yield await. Optional chain. Yield. Await. Arguments yield await. Expression. Plus in yield await. Identifier name. Template literal yield await. Plus tagged. Private identifier. Optional chain yield await. Arguments yield await. Optional chain yield await. expression, plus in yield await, optional chain yield await. Identifier name, optional chain yield await, template literal yield await, plus tagged, optional chain yield await. Private identifier.
So now, I'm switch it to absolute
New expression yield.
and see which ones are errors.
Optional expression yield.
And it's like an actual error because the CPU doesn't support the encoding for the instruction.
O.
The streaming software sucks so bad.
Capital C A.
The mic sounds like shit
E X
when it's doing its noise suppression. Freaking crap.
S I O N capital A N D capital A
So now I run it again.
N C capital A R R. The interpretation of capital C O V
Why are there no errors?
capital C A L L
Oh, I didn't paste in. Same thing.
R E S S I O N capital A N D capital A.
And then I ran it and put the error log here. So the line number still matches up with this. So when I get these, the line number is above here. So I'll paste it here. I don't know, I'm just saying like the line numbers still match up.
3 3 1 1 static semantics.
So now it's just one error. There we go.
Template literal. Optional chain template literal. It is a syntax error if any source text is matched by this production. ECMA International 2024 259. Note this production exists in order to prevent automatic semicolon insertion rules 12.10 from being applied to the following code A, B, C, so that it would be interpreted as two valid statements.
So it says 138 and 139.
Optional chaining A, B, C, which is a valid
138 and 139.
apply. Import meter. Import meta. It is a syntax error if the syntax
Well, this is clearly an error.
to property accesses. Note properties are accessed by name using either the dot notation,
Let's just switch it to move.
identifier name call expression, identifier name, or the bracket notation. Member expression, expression, call expression, expression. The dot notation is explained by the following syntactic conversion. Member expression.
I gotta run it again. That's great.
Behavior 2. Member expression. Identifier name string. And similarly, call expression. Identifier name is identical in its behavior to call expression. Identifier name string, where identifier name string is the result of evaluating string value of identifier name. 3 3 2 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Member expression. Member expression. Expression. Let base reference be. Evaluation of member expression. Let base value be. Get value. Base reference. If the source text matched by this member expression is strict mode code, let strict be true, else let strict be false. Return. Capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital E X P R base value expression strict 60 ECMA International 2024 member expression identifier name let base reference be evaluation of member expression let base value be get value base reference. If the source text matched by this member expression is strict mode code, let strict be true.
How does this build?
Return. Capital E V A L U A T
I didn't put a register in.
R.
But what? Why am I asking chatbot anything? Why am I asking chatbot?
H capital I D E
Don't Don't ask chatbot. Don't ask chatbot for programming stuff. It's just wrong. All the time.
Expression. Let base value.
And it makes it more confusing. So apparently, the destination can be relative. I hate chatbot. Chatbot, why am I doing this? I'm gonna ask chatbot. Why am I asking chatbot? I'm so annoyed. So you can have a relative address, a relative destination, as long as it's only label. But chatbot said it's not possible.
U A.
I gotta just print the addresses and figure out so I know. Because chatbot is really annoying.
C C E S S capital W I T H capital E X P R base value expression.
I'm not even going to ask chatbot.
Identify a name. Let
Instead, I'm just going to finish converting it and print some numbers.
you base reference. If the
And I'll figure out the address thing later. I figured out enough for now.
strict be false, return capital E V A L.
So, technically, if you do have a relative address or label as a destination, you can have position independent code, except it always has to be a label, which might not be an issue sometimes, because you can move the address to a label, but not like that. That doesn't really work. I think in C code, you're pretty much safe, since everything's like every variable is memory bound.
The string value of private identifier.
So that might be why Visual Studio makes such bloated code.
3 capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S.
I think that's why Visual Studio makes such bloated code or whatever. They're always freaking loading and storing from memory.
The abstract operation capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O.
What I'm not going to do is ask chatbot for an opinion on that, because chatbot doesn't know. And chatbot is going to make me think something's true that's not true, and I'll like say that's true and not be right because chatbot told me, and then I'm wrong. So I'm actually going to stop using chatbot. I have to like start to stop using chatbot because it's going to make me stupid, and I'm going to sound stupid because I'm going to repeat things from chatbot, even if I say the chatbot told me. To repeat it, something that might be right, sounds stupid. Because I should just put in the effort to fucking figure it out. I gotta stop using chatbot.
Strict. This value empty. 3 3 4 capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N base value identifier name strict. The abstract operation capital E V A L U A T E capital P R O P E R T Y capital A C C E S S capital W I T H capital I D E N takes argument space value, an ECMAScript language value, identifier name, an identifier name parse node, and strict, a boolean, and returns a reference record. It performs the following steps when called. Let property name string be string value of identifier name. Return the reference
Like I asked chatbot
empty ECMA
if this was valid to do move or lee RCX relative and then pass an address +1. And chatbot said that won't work, but it fucking works. I seriously am gonna stop using chatbot because it's making me dumb. It's making me real stupid. It's literally wrong, like 80% of the time. And it's wasting my time to use chatbot. Oh, it's so annoying.
expression parse node or remember expression parse node, and arguments, empty or an arguments parse node, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let ref be. Evaluation of construct expr. Let constructor be. Capital G at value. Ref. If arguments is empty, then a let arglist be a new empty list for. Else a let arglist be. Argument list evaluation of arguments. If this constructor is false, throw a type error exception. Return. Construct. Constructor. Arglist. 3. 6 function calls. 3. 6. 1 runtime semantics. Evaluation. Call expression. Capital C O V E R. Capital C A L L. Capital E X P R E S S I O N. Capital A N D. Capital A S Y N.
Okay, this is why chatbot is bullshit. It is stupid as fuck. It can't even, repeat back documentation because it can't even evaluate it.
E X P R.
I said doing LEA, RCX, relative, sum label, +1 works. Why did you say it's not possible? And then chatbot's like, good catch. Like, it's not a catch. You piece of shit. You wasted my time, chatbot. I hate this freaking trying to, make it personal. It's fucking stupid. And then they're like, what I meant by not possible, it didn't mean anything. That's just words wrapped around a statement to try to, manipulate me and persuade me. And it says, you cannot write something they're clearly trying to make it look like a human wrote it. And it's just dumb because it does not look like a human wrote it. It's saying what I meant. It won't say it's wrong when it's wrong. And when you say it's wrong, it says, oh, I apologize, because they don't want to get you stuck in circular logic. It's just dumb. So they said, you cannot do something like this. And then it says, it treats it as RIP relative. Adding plus is not always supported. It says, but in practice, it does support relative and sum label +1 because it can calculate the final displacement at assembly time. And it says it's valid and it computes. And where the fuck is it getting the address of the next instruction?
Value or a reference record.
What even? That has nothing to do.
It performs the following steps.
It does, but it doesn't.
Record. Then, if this property reference, ref, is true,
It's the address that's computed.
ref be else.
Or is there a hidden register behind the scenes? Like a hidden displacement register,
Let this value be undefined. Let arglist be.
which this keeps saying is the RIP. It's not the RIP.
If this callable, func, is false, throw a type error exception. If tail position is true,
So like, chatbot says, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And it corrects it to what I said, saying, this is correct. But there was no confusion. There was no thought process with chatbot. All it did was took my statement. I could be lying to it, and it doesn't know. It's just repeating back what I fucking told it and trying to word it and twist it to make it sound like chatbot did something. This is stupid.
super. Identify a name. Let env get this environment. Let actual this be env get this binding.
And then now, the word nuances. That's like the new word. Everything is considered a nuance. Not a lie, a nuance. And everything is based on context, not facts. Context. Chatbot is so dumb. And these people are getting dumber. They're right or whatever.
Of arguments. If this constructor, func, is
Stupido.
error exception, let result be. Construct.
I have to stop using chatbot for anything.
Serb get this environment. Perform the ser bind this value. Result. Let f be the ser 0. Assert. F is an ECMAScript function object. 1. Perform. Tire or throw takes argument so, an object, P.
So I already adjusted all of the addresses. I put a stupid add after several addresses to separate it because chatbot said it's not possible to do this
Return unused, comma 3 dot.
here, whatever. But I guess it is. So I'm just gonna leave it. It doesn't matter.
Or throw takes argument so, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to remove a specific own property of an object. It throws an exception if the property is not configurable. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O, P. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, comma 3.10 get method, V, P. The abstract operation get method takes arguments V, an ECMAScript language value, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal.
So now I'm gonna try like ECX. See if I'll throw an error.
Get the value of a specific property of an ECMA.
It doesn't.
Value of the property is expected.
Well, if I add a large offset,
The following steps when called. Let func be jet v p. If func is either undefined or null, return undefined. If this callable func is false,
so I think it's like 3 gigs.
return func, comma 3.11 has property O, P. The abstract
That's outside memory.
so, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion.
Okay, that's annoying.
Determine whether an object has a property with the specified property key.
It's not safe to add an offset to a label
Return O, P the 7th of
because it's gonna wrap around and it's not catching it. So I need to be careful to not do this then.
P, a property key.
Unless I start the program up, check at runtime to make sure like whatever last thing defined in memory is below whatever the greatest offset is,
The following step.
which is a lot of extra work. So I just won't add to an address, but it's fine if it's 64-bit. If I'm going to get the optimization, I should use a 32-bit register when possible.
ECMAScript language.
And then I'm going to make a define called ECX rel, I guess, or just R. And then I can like define at the top
79. Method of a function.
if ECX R is 32-bit or 64-bit. And I could try to write it accounting for both modes.
And arguments list is the value passed to the corresponding argument of the internal method.
Yeah, it's not even checking if it's out of bounds.
Used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. If is callable, F.
So chatbot also said,
Error exception. Return. F. V. Arguments list, 3.14 construct. F. Argument.
it said this works because NASM calculates the displacement at assembly time. So it's assuming it would catch it. So that's not true. So like looking at chatbot for any advice is a stupid decision. Because chatbot is wrong. It's done everything.
Object arguments list and new target to the values to be passed. Arguments of the internal method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. If new target is not present, F is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If new target is not present, set new target to F. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. Return. F. Arguments list. New target, 3.15 set integrity level. Oh, level. The abstract operation set integrity level takes argument so, an object, and level sealed or frozen and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to fix the set of own properties of an object. It performs the following steps when called. Let status be
Well, that's annoying.
false. Return false. Low keys B. O. If level is sealed.
You can use the lead instruction
Perform. Define property or throw. O. K.
to compute an address when it's not even a freaking address and it just overflows without a warning.
K2. If current desk is not undefined, then if is access a descript.
Because people usually, for like actual arithmetic, knowing it'll overflow. I wish you'd do a bounce check. I would look that up, but I have to get done. So I'm not going to waste time on things that waste time. Even though I'm doing that right now, wasting time. Dang it.
Test integrity level takes argument so, an object, and level sealed or frozen and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine if the set of own properties of an object are fixed. It performs the following steps when called. Let extensible be. Is extensible. O. If extensible is true, return false. Note. If the object is extensible, none of its properties are examined. Low keys B. O. For each element K of keys, do 80. ECMA International 2024. Note. If new target is not present, this operation is equivalent. NT2. New F. Arguments list. A let current desk be. O. K. B. If current desk is not undefined, then I if current desk is true, return false. 2. If level is frozen and is data descriptor, current desk is true, then if current desk is true, return false. 6. Return true, 3.17 create array from list. Elements. The abstract operation create array from list takes argument elements, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns an array. It is used to create an array whose elements are provided by elements. It performs the following steps when called. Let array be. Array create 0. Let 0 for each element of elements. Do a perform. Create data property or throw array to string n e be set n to n plus 1.
In RAP mode, is the base of the program always 0? Is it? That would be a really funny trick. Because then
When called, return on.
you can move to a 32-bit value, 64-bit value, or I mean 32-bit, or have, so like, if you have a 64-bit value and you move to the 32-bit part, it dumps the top. And if the program is relative to 0, I gotta Google that really quick.
ECMAScript language types, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMAScript language values or a throw completion. It is used to create a list value whose elements are provided by the indexed properties of obj element types contains the names of ECMAScript language types that are allowed for element values of the list that is created. It performs the following steps when called. If element types is not present, set element types to undefined, null, boolean, string, symbol, number, big int, object. If obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let len be length of array like obj. Let list be a new empty list. Let index be 0. Repeat. While index len let index name be to string index be.
I'm asking chatbot, is the program relative to an independent position of 0 in RAP relative mode? Yes or no?
Object would also have some properties with integer index names. However, that is not a requirement of this definition. The 7th of March 2020 invoke v. The abstract operation invoke takes arguments v, an ECMAScript language value, and p.
Well, then what does relative have to do with anything?
Language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It is used to call a method property of an ECMAScript language value. V serves as both the lookup point for the property and this value of the call arguments list is the list of arguments values passed to the method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. Let fun be jet v p return call func v arguments list, 3.21 ordinary has instance. C, O. The abstract operation ordinary has instance takes argument C, an ECMAScript language value, and O, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It implements the default algorithm for determining if O inherits from the instance object inheritance path provided by C. It performs the following steps when called. If this callable, C, is false, return false. If C has an internal slot, then a let BCBC be return. Instantia of operator, O, BC. If O is not an object, return false, a let PB. Get, C, prototype. If P is not an object.
Okay, so now I'm gonna try to get the answer. Let's chatbot.
22. Set O to O. If O is null, return false. If same value, P, O, is true, return true. Species constructor, O, default constructor. The abstract operation species constructor takes arguments O, an object, and default constructor, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion containing a constructor or a throw completion. It is used to retrieve the constructor that should be used to create new objects that are derived from a default constructor as the constructor to use if a constructor at species property cannot be found starting from O. It performs the following steps when called. Let C be get. Oh. Constructor. If C is undefined, return default constructor. If C is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let S be get C. Add at species. If S is either undefined or null, return default constructor. If
So based on what chatbot said, this is how it would work for 64-bit mode.
O. Kind. The abstract operation enumerable own properties takes arguments so, an object, and kind, key, value, or key plus value, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMAScript language values or a throw completion. It performs the following steps.
Why this shouldn't work is because RAP always holds the next instruction. Which means that it should be
Is not undefined and desc is true. Then, if kind is key, then A append key to results. Else, A let value be. Get. Oh. Key. B if kind is value. Then, I append value to results. C else. I assert. Kind is key plus value. 2. Let entry be create array from list. Key. Value. 3. Append entry to results. 3.24 get function realm. OBJ. The abstract operation get function realm takes argument.
except I think the right hand side would change. I don't know. I'm gonna shut up first. Because RAP moves every instruction
Then a return OBJ.
the old way. You would set a register that's static, but they removed that register.
Bound target function. If OBJ is a
And I don't understand the relation because chatbot is so confusing.
proxy target be OBJ. C return. Get function realm. Proxy target.
And I haven't really even Googled it that much. Because I just want to answer. I don't want to like dig into it.
Source. Excluded items. The abstract operation copy data properties takes arguments target, an object, source, an ECMAScript language value, and exclude.
See, right here. It says, this is so fucking stupid. It says RIP plus 4 accesses a static location relative, not to the arguments. Which means what it's saying earlier is false.
Element next key of keys. Do a let excluded be false. B for each element of excluded items. Do I have same value. E. Next key is true. Then 1. Set excluded to true. See if excluded is false. Then I let desk be from next key 2. If desk is not undefined and desk is true, then let proper value be. Get from next key perform. Create data property or throw target next key proper value. Return unused. Return results. Note step 4 will only be reached if OBJ is a non-standard function exotic object that does not have an internal slot. Note the target passed in here is always a newly created object which is not directly accessible in case of an error being thrown. ECMA International 2024-83. The 7th of March 2026 private element find. O. P. The abstract operation private element find takes argument so, an object, and P, a private name, and returns a private element or empty. Performs the following steps when called. If O contains a private element pay such that pay, return empty, 3.27 private field add. O, P, value. The abstract operation private field add takes argument so, an object, P, a private name, and value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. P. If entry is not empty, throw a type error exception. Append private element. Field. Value. To O. Return unused. 3.28 private. Method or accessor add. O. Method. The abstract operation private method or accessor add takes argument so, an object, and method, a private element, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Method is either method or accessor. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. Method. If entry is not empty, throw a type error exception. Append method to O. Return unused. 3.29 Host ensure can add private element. O. The host-defined abstract operation host ensure can add private element takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It allows host environments to prevent the addition of private elements to particular host-defined exotic objects. An implementation of host ensure can add private element must conform to the following requirements. If O is not a host-defined exotic object, this abstract operation must return normal completion, unused, and perform no other steps. Any two calls of this abstract operation with the same argument must return the same kind of completion record. The default implementation of host ensure can add private element is to return normal completion, unused. This abstract operation is only invoked by ECMAScript hosts that are web browsers. Note the values for private methods and accessors are shared across instances. This operation does not create a new copy of the method or accessor. 4. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. The 7th of March 1930 Private get. O. P. The abstract operation private get takes arguments O, an object, and P, a private name, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let entry be private element find. O. P. If entry is empty, throw a type error exception. If entry is either field or method, then a return entry. Assert. Entry is accessor. If entry, let getter be entry. Return. Call. Getter. O, 3.31 private set. O. P. Value. The abstract operation private set takes arguments O, an object, P, a private name, and value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let entry be private element find. O. P. If entry is empty, throw a type error exception. If entry is field, then a set entry to value. Else if entry is method, then A throw a type error exception. Else A assert. Entry is accessor. B if entry. C let setter be entry. D perform. Call. Setter. O. Value. Return unused. 3.32 Define field. Receiver. Field record. The abstract operation define field takes arguments receiver, an object, and field record, a class field definition record, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let field name be field record. Let initializer be field record. If initializer is not empty, then a let init value be. Call. Initializer. Receiver 4. Else a let init value be undefined. If field name is a private name, then a perform. Private field add. Receiver. Field name. Init value. Else A assert. Is property key. Field name. Is true. B perform. Create data property or throw. Receiver. Field name. Init. This. LibX. rel label. Is that label ever above 4 GB of the address space, yes or no? And you said it is position independent code. Position independent to what? Is it ever not dependent on a position of 0, yes or no? Great questions. Let me answer clearly. 1. Is the label in LibX, rel label, ever above 4 GB address space? No. The rel keyword generates a RIP relative 32-bit displacement. This displacement is assigned 32-bit value, so the label must be within plus or minus 2 GB of the instruction. So, the label's address relative to the instruction cannot be outside plus or minus 2 GB. That means the label's effective address is never more than 2 gigabytes away from the instruction, so practically it's limited to a 4 gigabyte window.
Okay, so I need to like figure this out later. But it says a window, not a frame. Because there's stack frames and then calling it a window. The terminology, I don't know. But the RIP changes every instruction. So there is a base segment register behind the scenes. Chatbot acts like that's not what's going on. I just want to know if it's always 0 or not. So I need to like just print some values to figure out. It's not relative to the RAP. The RAP is relative to the segment. This is so fucking annoying.
What segment register is RIP relative to? RIP relative addressing is not relative to any segment register. In 64-bit mode, RIP relative addressing computes the effective addresses.
So the segment register is ignored for RIP relative address floating, except for the default segment for RIP relative address is CS, but this does not affect the calculation. What? Does that mean the computer is running in 32-bit mode? Really? That's literally what it means. Oh, and that says unlike in 32-bit. Of course it's going to throw in 32-bit mode. You see how it says code segment, but then it leaves it out for here. So the code segment only relates to 64-bit mode because it's the default. It says unlike 32-bit mode, where segment registers like DS can affect memory addressing in 64-bit mode. The base segment REP is fixed to code segment. However, segmentation is mostly disabled. Oh, that's funny. Segmentation is mostly disabled. Mostly. Yeah, because the 32-bit stuff, they're using it. Because 64-bit is so slow. So it's mostly disabled. Except for the things that they need to remain 32-bit so it runs at a reasonable speed. Or flat. And flat means freaking 0. Fuck, this is stupid. So segment registers generally have a base of 0. Ta-da! So it's 0. Right? Why can't chatbot just say yes? It says yes and agrees every other time, except for with this one fucking question. It just will not give it to me. If I'm wrong, I want it to tell me, but it just keeps dancing around the answer. I'm so close to getting a chatbot to tell me the answer, that I don't want to Google it. There it is. Segment register.
The segment used for RIP relative addressing is always CS, but its base is 0 in 64-bit flat memory.
So,
the segment used for RIP relative addressing is always CS, but its base is 0 in 64-bit flat memory.
So it's 0. So why won't it say that? Can't wrap around. So that means it might not have an issue. Oh my god, it literally explains what I was trying to ask it. I said, what if CS code segment base was non-zero and wrapping happened? It said in legacy, non-64-bit, they could be non-zero, and adding offsets might wrap around or cause faults. But in 64-bit mode, Since the CS base is 0, no wrapping or faults happen related to segment base. The addressing is linear and flat, so wrapping isn't a concern for RIP addressing. And then here, if CS is ever on 0, no, it won't mess it up. Did it answer twice? Oh, the second one has to do with wrapping. The first one's to do with addressing. Okay, so the reason CS won't mess it up is because it can't ever be non-zero. It says 64-bit mode, segmentation is disabled for data code memory addressing. The base of the CS is forced to 0 in 64-bit mode. So even if CS has a non-zero value, its base is always 0, meaning it does not add any offset to RIP relative addresses. Thus, RIP relative addressing works intended. Just RIP plus displacement, which is 0. Oh, this is so stupid. So fucking dumb. What about it is position independent when it's dependent on 0? I gotta print the addresses to figure this out because I have no idea. Chatbot makes it no easier to figure out.
If the CS register is never non-zero, and RIP uses the CS segment register, as you say, so even if the CS selector register has a non-zero value, its base is always 0, meaning it does not add any offset to RIP. Relative addresses. Is it position independent? Is it not dependent on the base being 0, ebbing that it is always forced to 0?
Okay, now chatbot's saying I'm right out of nowhere.
ChatGPT said, exactly, you're zeroing in on the heart of it. Here's the clear explanation. Is RIP relative addressing truly position independent because the CS base is forced to 0? Yes, it is position independent because...
Oh my god, that makes no sense.
In 64-bit mode, the CS segment base is always forced to 0 by the CPU hardware.
That means it's dependent on the position being 0.
This means all code and RIP relative addresses are effectively calculated purely relative to the instruction pointer, RIP without any segment base offset.
Oh my god, this is so annoying.
Since the CS base is fixed and does not vary, it does not tie the addresses to any absolute position in memory. Therefore, RIP relative addressing is inherently position independent. It can be relocated anywhere in the 64-bit address space, and the offsets remain valid because they are relative to the current instruction's address, RIP.
Which means 0. Alright, I'm gonna try to get these macros done. And then I'm gonna print the fucking address, for fuck's sake. I'm so annoyed. I just want an answer. It's not that complicated. It's not some magical thing that happens with the processor. There's a physical state, and there are internal registers. It's not just magically. Oh, it's annoying. So pissed off. I'm trying to figure this shit out, and it's wasting my time. So, I changed it to default, absolute. And then we gave things relative addressing that need to be. And I'm assuming it's going to work, so I'm going to run it. It didn't work. So, this is all just a big trick. This is fucking stupid. So you have to do large address aware no. Even though everything's accessed correctly with relative. Okay, so it says it's to limit the program to 2 gigabytes. So I'm going to do large address aware. Yes. See what that does. So copy. Says I can't do yes. Oh, that's hilarious. This is just stupid as fuck. So the compiler sets large address where in the linker, but you can't set it as a flag. Even though it's only fucking 32-bit. That's just annoying. So I will leave. Freaking default relative. Because it's not worth working around. But what is worth working around? I shouldn't say it. Microsoft, they will go out of business. That's all I want to say. They are going down. Fucking down. Wasting my time. Fuck. Microsoft can't even compete. They're losing to Linux at everything. They literally are old hat. Linux is starting to take over Windows installations. That's the only reason they're making Windows 12 so stupid. They're so incompetent. And they never were in the first place. They just fucking stole DOS. And then they stole Explorer. And they couldn't even make a web browser. And they bought the freaking Windows Phone. And then they just wrote it off on taxes as a loss. And they made money. Unless like Wikipedia changed since like 2 days ago. Alright, so this sentence here, or paragraph, whatever.
Microsoft's eventual acquisition of the company's mobile device business for just over US $7 billion, which included Nokia's then CEO Stephen Elop joining Microsoft to lead its in-house mobile division. The duopoly of Android and iPhone remained the dominant platforms for smartphones, and interest in Windows Phone from app developers began to diminish by mid-decade. 14. Microsoft laid off the Microsoft Mobile staff in 2016. 15. After having taken a write-off of $7.6 billion on the acquired Nokia hardware assets. 16. While market share sank to 1% that year.
How does Microsoft buy Nokia for $7 billion?
$7 billion.
And how the fuck do they write it off for $7.6 billion? They get paid for their loss?
Having taken a write-off of $7.6 billion on the acquired Nokia hardware assets.
It's a fucking scam. For fuck's sake. Like, Microsoft is literally, they have dug their grave. Like, they can't compete. They put companies out of business for money. I don't know. Microsoft is literally tits up. But Microsofties, they're too busy sucking dick. Microsofties, they're too busy sucking Microsofties to care about tits. Alright, I gotta stop. I'm so annoyed. So I switch it back. Default relative. And it still works fine. I'm just gonna leave everything how it is. Alright, I need to stay on track now. I got these, whatever. Oh, where is it? I got these moved up to the top. I don't think they're being printed. They are being printed. Okay, but they're only being printed where they're used. Now they are. So all I simply need to do is make a macro that has this routine where it does benchmark. I have to move this into a macro. I have to move these into the macro. I'm gonna do this now. I want to get back, take a break, whatever. Get some food. I'll move this stuff into the macro. And then switch it to text segment. So I change it to section BSS and then back to section text. And I put this thing in a fucking loop. This should work. Doing section text and section BSS. If it doesn't, I have to like make two macros, but it should be able to support changing the section. I'll put a define guard to make sure like this macro is only ever called under section text. Because if I call it the macro under the data segment section and it restores it to the text section. I keep saying segment because that's what it is, but not anymore. Or that's what it used to be. It doesn't matter. Section segment, whatever. I have to make sure that it's inside the text when I use this macro, so that when it does set this here, it returns back to whatever section it was in. I could make a define that undefines, then redefines the current section, but that's a game that I don't want to play because I'll make it overcomplicated, end up with bugs. So I'm not gonna do that. So I don't know. I think I'm ready to make this thing macro. I have given up making this absolute. Instead, I'm gonna pretend it's absolute and just mark every fucking thing as relative that should technically be relative. Because the compiler builds it. It doesn't throw any errors. But Visual Studio, I won't go over it again. Moving forward. So I gotta make the stupid macro. I don't know. I need to soundtrack. I have notes, so I'm just gonna finish up, not do other random stuff. So I don't know, maybe. I'm gonna end up doing random stuff and going on. I can't stay on track. It's just how it is. I literally can't. Hopefully, I can stay on track when I get back. Testing. Okay. Why does Siri keep failing? Why can't Siri just read a PDF? I think I realized. Large address, aware. Probably means that they don't let you use over 2 gigabytes because they probably wrap around the memory. That doesn't work either. I don't know. The whole 32-bit mode running alongside 64-bit mode seems like a joke. If 64-bit mode is so not performant, it should have never been released. Because they're not even running 64-bit. But you're paying for it, paying for 64-bit. That's like a fact. It's like that's the only fact that's true. Is that CPU doesn't natively run 64-bit, but you pay for it. Because you get what you pay for. So I'm going to try to focus and make these macros. Siri just is not working. Hit the buttons, it doesn't work.
Not directly observable.
Now it's working.
Enums are denoted using a sans serif typeface. For instance, a completion records field takes on values like normal, return, or throw. Enums have no characteristics other than their name. The name of an enum serves no purpose other than to distinguish it from other enums, and implies nothing about its usage or meaning in context. 2.2 The list and record specification types. The list type is used to explain the evaluation of argument lists. C1338 in new expressions, in function calls, and in other algorithms where a simple ordered list of values is needed. Values of the list type are simply ordered sequences of list elements containing the individual values. These sequences may be of any length. The elements of a list may be randomly accessed using zero-origin indices. For notational convenience, an array-like syntax can be used to access list elements. For example, arguments 2 is shorthand for saying the third element of the list arguments. When an algorithm iterates over the elements of a list without specifying an order, the order used is the order of the elements in the list. For notational convenience within this specification, a literal syntax can be used to express a new list value. For example, 2 defines a list value that has 2 elements, each of which is initialized to a specific value. A new empty list can be expressed as, in this specification, the phrase the list concatenation of A, B, where each argument is a possibly empty list, denotes a new list value whose elements are the concatenation of the elements, in order, of each of the arguments. In order, the record type is used to describe data aggregations within the algorithms of this specification. A record type value consists of one or more named fields. The value of each field is an ECMAScript language value or specification value. Field names are always enclosed in double brackets. For example, for notational convenience within this specification, an object literal-like syntax can be used to express a record value. For example, 42, false, empty, defines a record value that has 3 fields, each of which is initialized to a specific value. Field name order is not significant. Any fields that are not explicitly listed are considered to be absent. In specification text and algorithms, dot notation may be used to refer to a specific field of a record value. For example, if R is the record shown in the previous paragraph, then R is shorthand for the field of R named. Schema for commonly used record field combinations may be named, and that name may be used as a prefix to a literal record value to identify the specific kind of aggregations that is being described. For example, property descriptor 42, false, true, 2.3 the set and relation specification types. The set type is used to explain a collection of unordered elements for use in the memory model. It is distinct from the ECMAScript collection type of the same name. To disambiguate, instances of the ECMAScript collection are consistently referred to as set objects within this specification. Values of the set type are simple collections of elements, where no element appears more than once. Elements may be added to and removed from sets. Sets may be unioned, intersected, or subtracted from each other. The relation type is used to explain constraints on sets. Values of the relation type are sets of ordered pairs of values from its value domain. For example, a relation on events is a set of ordered pairs of events. For a relation R and 2 values are and B in the value domain of R, RB is shorthand for saying the ordered pair, A, B, is a member of R. A relation is least with respect to some conditions when it is the smallest relation that satisfies those conditions. 2. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. A strict partial order is a relation value R that satisfies the following. For all A, B, and C in R's domain, it is not the case that R A, and if R B and B are C, then R C. Note 1. The two properties above are called a reflexivity and transitivity, respectively. A strict total order is a relation value R that satisfies the following. For all A, B, and C in R's domain, A is B or RB or BRA, and it is not the case that RA, and if RB and B are C, then RC. Note 2. The three properties above are called totality, irreflexivity, and transitivity, respectively. 2. For the completion record specification type. The completion record specification type is used to explain the runtime propagation of values and control flow such as the behavior of statements, break, continue, return and throw, that perform non-local transfers of control. Completion records have the fields defined in Table 7. Table 7. Completion record fields. Field name, value, meaning, type, normal, break, continue, return, or throw, the type of completion that occurred, value, any value except a completion record, the value that was produced, target, a string or empty, the target label for directed control transfers. The following shorthand terms are sometimes used to refer to completion records. Normal completion refers to any completion record with a value of normal. Break completion refers to any completion record with a value of break. Continue completion refers to any completion record with a value of continue. Return completion refers to any completion record with a value of return. Throw completion refers to any completion record with a value of throw. Abrupt completion refers to any completion record with a value other than normal. A normal completion containing some type of value refers to a normal completion that has a value of that type in its field. Callable objects that are defined in this specification only return a normal completion or a throw completion. Returning any other kind of completion record is considered an editorial error. Implementation-defined callable objects must return either a normal completion or a throw completion. ECMA International 2024 53. 6, 2, 4, 1 normal completion. Value. The abstract operation normal completion takes argument value any value except a completion record, and returns a normal completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return completion record, normal, value, empty, 2, 4, 2 throw completion, value. The abstract operation throw completion takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Return completion record, throw, value, empty, 2, 4, 3 update empty, completion record, value. The abstract operation update empty takes arguments completion record, a completion record, and value any value except a completion record, and returns a completion record. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. If completion record is either a return completion or a throw completion, then completion record is not empty. If completion record is not empty, return completion record. Return completion record, value, completion record. 2.5 The reference record specification type. The reference record type is used to explain the behavior of such operators as delete, type off, the assignment operators, the super keyword and other language features. For example, the left-hand operand of an assignment is expected to produce a reference record. A reference record is a resolved name or property binding. Its fields are defined by Table 8. Table 8. Reference record fields. Field name, value, meaning, base, an ECMAScript language value, an environment record, or unresolvable, the value or environment record which holds the binding. Of unresolvable indicates that the binding could not be resolved. Reference name, a string, a symbol, or a private name, the name of the binding. Always a string if value is an environment record. Strict, a boolean, true if the reference record originated in strict mode code. False otherwise. This value, an ECMAScript language value or empty. If not empty, the reference record represents a property binding that was expressed using the super keyword. It is called a super reference record and its value will never be an environment record. In that case, the field holds this value at the time the reference record was created. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon reference records. 4. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. 6. 2. 5. 1 is prop, RTY reference, V. The abstract operation is property reference takes argument V, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If V is unresolvable, return false. If V is an environment record, return false. Otherwise return true. 2. 5. 2 is unresolvable reference, V. The abstract operation is unresolvable reference takes argument V, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If V is unresolvable, return true, otherwise return false. 6. 2. 5. 3 is super reference, V. The abstract operation is super reference takes argument V, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If V is not empty, return true, otherwise return false. 6. 2. 5. 4 is private reference, V. The abstract operation is private reference takes argument V, a reference record, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If V is a private name, return true, otherwise return false. 6. 2. 5. 5 get value, V. The abstract operation get value takes argument V, a reference record or an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If V is not a reference record, return V. If is unresolvable reference, V, is true, throw a reference error exception. If is property reference, V, is true, then a let base obj be. To object, V, B. If is private reference, V, is true, then I return. Private get, base obj, V, C return base obj, get this value, V, else a let base be V, B assert, base is an environment record, C return base get binding value, V, V, C 9.1. Note the object that may be created in step 3 is not accessible outside of the above abstract operation in the ordinary object. ECMA International 2024 55. 6. 2. 5. 6 put value, V, W. The abstract operation put value takes arguments V, a reference record or an ECMAScript language value, and W, an ECMAScript language value. and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. If v is not a reference record, throw a reference error exception. If this unresolvable reference, v, is true, then if v is true, throw a reference error exception. B let global obj be get global object. C perform set global obj v w false. D return unused. If as property reference v is true, then a let base obj be to object v. B if as private reference v is true, then I return private set base obj v w. C let succeeded be base obj and subname w. Get this value v. D if succeeded is false and v is true, throw a type error exception. E return unused. Else a let base be v. B assert base is an environment record. C return base set mutable binding v w v. C 9.1, 2, 5, 7 get this value v. The abstract operation get this value takes argument v, a reference record, and returns an ECMAScript language value. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is property reference v is true. If is super reference v is true, return v. Otherwise return v. 2, 5, 8 initialize reference binding v w. The abstract operation initialize reference binding takes arguments v, a reference record, and w, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or an abrupt completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert is unresolvable reference v is false. Let base be v. Assert base is an environment record. Return base initialize binding v w, 2, 5, 9 make private reference base value private identifier. The abstract operation make private reference takes arguments base value, an ECMAScript language value, and private identifier, a string, and returns a reference record. It performs the following steps when called. Let privy be the running execution context's private environment. Assert privy is not null. Let private name be resolved private identifier privy private identifier. Return the reference record base value private name true. Note the object that may be created in step 3 is not accessible outside of the above abstract operation in the ordinary object. 6. ECMA International 2024. This value empty. 6. 2. 6. The property descriptor specification type. The property descriptor type is used to explain the manipulation and reification of object property attributes. A property descriptor is a record with 0 or more fields, where each field's name is an attribute name and its value is a corresponding attribute value as specified in 6, 1, 7, 1. The schema name used within this specification to tag literal descriptions of property descriptor records is property descriptor. Property descriptor values may be further classified as data property descriptors and accessor property descriptors based upon the existence or use of certain fields. A data property descriptor is one that includes any fields named either raw. An accessor property descriptor is one that includes any fields named either. Any property descriptor may have fields named and a property descriptor value may not be both a data property descriptor and an accessor property descriptor. However, it may be neither, in which case it is a generic property descriptor. A fully populated property descriptor is one that is either an accessor property descriptor or a data property descriptor and that has all of the corresponding fields defined in Table 3. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon property descriptor values. 6, 2, 6. 1 is accessor descriptor, desk. The abstract operation is accessor descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If desk is undefined, return false. If desk has a, return false. 2, 6. 2 is data descriptor, desk. The abstract operation is data descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If desk is undefined, return false. If desk has a field, return true. If desk has a field, return true. Return false, 2, 6, 3 is generic descriptor. Desk. The abstract operation is generic descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns a boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If desk is undefined, return false. If is accessor descriptor, desk, is true, return false. If is data descriptor, desk, is true, return false. Return true, 2, 6, 4 from property descriptor, desk. The abstract operation from property descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor or undefined, and returns an object or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If desk is undefined, return undefined. Let obj be ordinary object create, %object prototype %assert. Obj is an extensible ordinary object with no own properties. If desk has a field, then a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, value, desk. ECMA International 2024 57 5. If desk has a field, then a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, writable, desk. If desk has a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, get, desk. If desk has a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, set, desk. If desk has an field, then a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, enumerable, desk. If desk has a field, then a perform. Create data property or throw, obj, configurable, desk. 0. Return obj, 2, 6, 5 to property descriptor, obj. The abstract operation to property descriptor takes argument obj, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a property descriptor or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If obj is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let desk be a new property descriptor that initially has no fields. Let has enumerable be. Has property, obj, enumerable. If his enumerable is true, then a let enumerable be to boolean. Get, obj, enumerable be set desk to enumerable. Let has configurable be. Has property, obj, configurable. If his configurable is true, then a let configurable be to boolean. Get, obj, configurable be set desk to configurable. Let has value be. Has property, obj, value. If his value is true, then a let value be. Get, obj, value be set desk to value. Let has writable be. Has property, obj, writable. 0. If his writable is true, then a let writable be to boolean. Get, obj, writable be set desk to writable. 1. Let his get be. Has property, obj, get. 2. If his get is true, then a let getter be. Get, obj, get be if is callable. Getter is false and getter is not undefined. Throw a type error exception see set desk. 3. Let his set be. Has property, obj, set. 4. If his set is true, then a let setter be. Get, obj, set be if is callable. Setter is false and setter is not undefined. Throw a type error exception see set desk. 5. If desk has a field, then if desk has a field or desk has a field, throw a type error exception. 6. Return desk, 2, 6, 6 complete property descriptor, desk. The abstract operation complete property descriptor takes argument desk, a property descriptor, and returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. 2. Let like be the record. Undefined, false, undefined, false, false. If is generic descriptor, desk, is true or is data descriptor, desk, is true, then 8. ECMA International 2024 AB. If desk does not have a field, set desk to like. If desk does not have a field, set desk to like. 3. Else. If desk does not have a to like. B. If desk does not have a to like. If desk does not have an field, set desk to like. If desk does not have a field, Set desc to like. Return unused. 2.7 The environment record specification type. The environment record type is used to explain the behavior of name resolution in nested functions and blocks. This type and the operations upon it are defined in 9.1, 2.8 The abstract closure specification type. The abstract closure specification type is used to refer to algorithm steps together with a collection of values. Abstract closures are meter values and are invoked using function application styles such as closure, arg1, arg2. Like abstract operations, invocations perform the algorithm steps described by the abstract closure. In algorithm steps that create an abstract closure, values are captured with the verb capture followed by a list of aliases. When an abstract closure is created, it captures the value that is associated with each alias at that time. In steps that specify the algorithm to be performed when an abstract closure is called, each captured value is referred to by the alias that was used to capture the value. If an abstract closure returns a completion record, that completion record must be either a normal completion or a throw completion. Abstract closures are created in line as part of other algorithms, shown in the following example. Let addend be 41. Let closure be a new abstract closure with parameters x that captures addend and performs the following steps when called. A return x plus addend. Let val be closure 1. Assert val is 42, 2.9 Data blocks. The data block specification type is used to describe a distinct and mutable sequence of byte-sized 8-bit numeric values. A byte value is an integer in the inclusive interval from 0 to 255. A data block value is created with a fixed number of bytes that each have the initial value 0. For notational convenience within this specification, an array-like syntax can be used to access the individual bytes of a data block value. This notation presents a data block value as a zero-origined integer index sequence of bytes. For example, if db is a 5-byte data block value, then db2 can be used to access its third byte. A data block that resides in memory that can be referenced from multiple agents concurrently is designated a shared data block. A shared data block has an identity for the purposes of equality testing shared data block values. That is address-free. It is tied not to the virtual addresses the block is mapped to in any process, but to the set of locations in memory that the block represents. Two data blocks are equal only if the sets of the locations they contain are equal. Otherwise, they are not equal and the intersection of the sets of locations they contain is empty. Finally, shared data blocks can be distinguished from data blocks. The semantics of shared data blocks is defined using shared data block events by the memory model. Abstract operations below introduce shared data block events and act as the interface between evaluation semantics and the event semantics of the memory model. The events form a candidate execution, on which the memory model acts as a filter. Please consult the memory model for full semantics. Shared data block events are modeled by records, defined in the memory model. ECMA International 2024-59. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon data block values. 6, 2, 9, 1 Create byte data block. Size. The abstract operation create byte data block takes argument size, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a data block or a t-how completion. It performs the following steps when called. If size 253.1, throw a range error exception. Let db be a new data block value consisting of size bytes. If it is impossible to create such a data block, throw a range error exception. Set all of the bytes of db to 0. Return db, 2, 9, 2 Create shared byte data block. Size. The abstract operation create shared byte data block takes argument size, a non-negative integer, and returns either a normal completion containing a shared data block or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Let db be a new shared data block value consisting of size bytes. If it is impossible to create such a shared data block, throw a range error exception. Let execution be the field of the surrounding agent's agent record. Let events record be the agent events record of execution whose is agent signifier. Let 0 be 0 for each index I of db. Do a append write shared memory. Init. True. db. I. 1, 0, to events record. Return db, 2, 9, 3 copy data block bytes. To block. To int x. From block. From int x. Count. The abstract operation copy data block bytes takes arguments to block, a data block or a shared data block. To int x. A non-negative integer. From block. A data block or a shared data block. From int x. A non-negative integer. And count. A non-negative integer. And returns unused. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. From block into block are distinct values. Let from size be the number of bytes in from block. Assert. From index plus count from size. Let to size be the number of bytes into block. Assert. To index plus count to size. Repeat. While count 0, 0. ECMA International 2024. A. If from block is a shared data block, then I2, 3 V, V7. Let execution be the field of the surrounding agent's agent record. Let events record be the agent events record of execution whose is agent signifier. Let bytes be a list whose sole element is a non-deterministically chosen byte value. Note: in implementations, bytes is the result of a non-atomic read instruction on the underlying hardware. The non-determinism is a semantic prescription of the memory model to describe observable behavior of hardware with weak consistency. Let read event be read shared memory. Unordered. True. From block. From index. 1. Append read event to events record. Append chosen value record. Read event. Bytes. To execution. 8. If to block is a shared data block, then append write shared memory. Unordered. True. To block. Byte int x. To index. Element size. 1. Bytes. To events record 9. Else. Set to block. To int x. To bytes. 0. Be else. I assert. To block is not a shared data block. 2. Set to block. To int x. To from block. From index. C set to index to index plus 1. D set from index to from index plus 1. E set count to count 1. Return unused. 2.10 The private element specification type. The private element type is a record used in the specification of private class fields, methods, and access source. Although property descriptors are not used for private elements, private fields behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable, writable data properties. Private methods behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable, non-writable data properties, and private accessors behave similarly to non-configurable, non-enumerable accessor properties. Values of the private element type are record values whose fields are defined by Table 9. Such values are referred to as private elements. Table 9. Private element fields. Field name. Values of the field for which it is present. Value. Meaning. Key. All. A private name. The name of the field, method, or accessor. Kind. All. Field, method, or accessor. The kind of the element. Value. Field and method. An ECMAScript language value. The value of the field. Get. Accessor. A function object or undefined. The getter for a private accessor. Set. Accessor. A function object or undefined. The setter for a private accessor. The 6th of February 2011 The class field definition record specification type. The class field definition type is a record used in the specification of class fields. Values of the class field definition type are record values whose fields are defined by Table 10. Such values are referred to as class field definition records. Table 10. Class field definition record fields. Field name. Value. Meaning. Name. A private name. A string. Or a symbol. The name of the field. Initializer. An ECMAScript function object or empty. The initializer of the field, if any. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 1. The 6th of February 2012 Private names. The private name specification type is used to describe a globally unique value, one which differs from any other private name, even if they are otherwise indistinguishable, which represents the key of a private class element field, method, or accessor. Each private name has an associated immutable which is a string value. A private name may be installed on any ECMAScript object with private field add or private method or accessor add. and then read or written using private get and private set. 2.13 The class static block definition record specification type. A class static block definition record is a record value used to encapsulate the executable code for a class static initialization block. Class static block definition records have the fields listed in Table 11. Table 11. Class static block definition record fields. Abstract operations. Capital T. These operations are not a part of the ECMAScript language. They are defined here solely to aid the specification of the semantics of the ECMAScript language. Other, more specialized abstract operations are defined throughout this specification. Point 1 Type conversion. The ECMAScript language implicitly performs automatic type conversion as needed. To clarify the semantics of certain constructs, it is useful to define a set of conversion abstract operations. The conversion abstract operations are polymorphic. They can accept a value of any ECMAScript language type. But no other specification types are used with these operations. The big int type has no implicit conversions in the ECMAScript language. Programmers must call big int explicitly to convert values from other types. 1.1 to primitive. Input. Preferred type. The abstract operation to primitive takes argument input, an ECMAScript language value, and optional argument preferred type, string or number, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It converts its input argument to a non-object type. If an object is capable of converting to more than one primitive type, it may use the optional hint preferred type to favor that type. It performs the following steps when called. Field name, value, meaning, body function, an ECMAScript function object. The function object to be called during static initialization of a class. 1. If input is an object, then 2. ECMA International 2024 AB. Let exotic to prim be. Get method. Input. Add at to primitive. If exotic to prim is not undefined, then I have preferred type is not present. Then 1. Let int be default. 2. Else if preferred type is string, then 1. Let int be string. 3. Else assert. Preferred type is number. Let hint be number. 5. Let result be. Call. Exotic to prim. Input. Hint v. If result is not an object, return result v. Throw a type error exception. See if preferred type is not present. Let preferred type be number. D. Return. Ordinary to primitive. Input. Preferred type 2. Return input, 1. 1. 1 ordinary to primitive. O. Hint. The abstract operation ordinary to primitive takes argument so, an object, and hint, string or number, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If hint is string, then a let method names be to string, value of else a let method names be value of to string. For each element name of method names, do a let method be get name be if this callable method is true, then I let result be call method 2. If result is not an object, return result. Throw a type error exception, 1.2 to boolean argument. The abstract operation to boolean takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It converts argument to a value of type boolean. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a boolean, return argument. If argument is one of undefined, null, +0, -0, nan, 0z, or the empty string, return false. Note: this step is replaced in section B. 3, 6, 1. Return true, 1.3 to numeric value. The abstract operation to numeric takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing either a number or a big int, or a throw completion. It returns value converted to a number or a big int. It performs the following steps when called. Let prim value be to primitive value number. If prim value is a big int, return prim value. Return to number prim value, 1.4 to number argument. The abstract operation to number takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a number or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type number. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a number, return argument. If argument is either a symbol or a big int, throw a type error exception. If argument is undefined, return none. When a primitive is called without a hint, then it generally behaves as if the hint were number. Note, however, objects may override this behavior by defining a at to primitive method. Of the objects defined in this specification, only dates, C21, 4, 4, 4, 5, and symbol objects, C20, 4, 3, 5, override the default to primitive behavior. Dates treat the absence of a hint as if the hint were string. ECMA International 2024-63. 4. If argument is either null or false, return +0. If argument is true, return 1. If argument is a string, return string to number. Argument. Assert. Argument is an object. Let prim value be. To primitive, argument, number. Assert. Prim value is not an object. 0. Return. To number, prim value, 1, 4, 1 to number applied to the string type. The abstract operation string to number specifies how to convert a string value to a number value, using the following grammar. Syntax. String numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white spaciat, str numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white space, str white space char, str white spaciat, str white space char, white space, line terminator, str numeric literal, str decimal literal, non-decimal integer literal, sep, str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, infinity decimal digits, sep, decimal digits, sep opt exponent part, sep opt, decimal digits, sep, exponent part, sep opt, decimal digits, sep, exponent part, sep opt. All grammar symbols not explicitly defined above have the definitions used in the lexical grammar for numeric literals. 1, 2, 9, 3. Note some differences should be noted between the syntax of a string numeric literal and a numeric literal. A string numeric literal may include leading and or trailing white space and or line terminators. Capital A. String numeric literal that is decimal may have any number of leading 0 digits. A string numeric literal that is decimal may include a plus or to indicate its sign. A string numeric literal that is empty or contains only white spaces converted to +0. Infinity and infinity are recognized as a string numeric literal but not as a numeric literal. A string numeric literal cannot include a big int literal suffix. A string numeric literal cannot include a numeric literal separator. 4. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 7. 1. 4. 1. 1 string to number. str. The abstract operation string to number takes argument str, a string, and returns a number. It performs the following steps when called. Let text be string to code points. str. Let literal be parse text. Text. String numeric literal. If literal is a list of errors, return none. Return string numeric value of literal, 1, 4, 1. To runtime semantics. String numeric value. The syntax-directed operation string numeric value takes no arguments and returns a number. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. String numeric literal, str white spaciat 1. Return +0. String numeric literal, str white spaciat, str numeric literal, str white spaciat 1. Return string numeric value of str numeric literal, str numeric literal, non-decimal integer literal 1. Return MV of non-decimal integer literal, str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal. Letter B string numeric value of str unsigned decimal literal. If er is +0, return -0. Return A str unsigned decimal literal, infinity 1. Return plus str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits. Decimal digits opt exponent part opt. Letter B MV of the first decimal digits. If the second decimal digits is present, then a let B be MV of the second decimal digits. B let N be the number of code points in the second decimal digits. Else a let 0 be let 0. If exponent part is present, let E be MV of exponent part. Otherwise, let E be 0, return round MV result, a plus B 10N, 10E, STR unsigned decimal literal. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Let B be MV of decimal digits. If exponent part is present, let E be MV of exponent part. Otherwise, let E be 0. Note the conversion of a string numeric literal to a number value is similar overall to the determination of the numeric value of a numeric literal. C12, 9, 3. But some of the details are different. ECMA International 2024 65. 3. Let N be the number of code points in decimal digits. Return round MV result. B 10E, N, STR unsigned decimal literal. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Let A be MV of decimal digits. If exponent part is present, let E be MV of exponent part. Otherwise, let E be 0. Return round MV result. A 10E, 1, 4, 1, 3 round MV result. N. The abstract operation round MV result takes argument N, a mathematical value, and returns a number. It converts N to a number in an implementation-defined manner. For the purposes of this abstract operation, a digit is significant if it is not 0 or there is a non-zero digit to its left and there is a non-zero digit to its right. For the purposes of this abstract operation, the mathematical value denoted by a representation of a mathematical value is the inverse of the decimal representation of a mathematical value. It performs the following steps when called. If the decimal representation of n has 20 or fewer significant digits, return n. Let option 1 be the mathematical value denoted by the result of replacing each significant digit in the decimal representation of n after the 20th with a 0 digit. Let option 2 be the mathematical value denoted by the result of replacing each significant digit in the decimal representation of n after the 20th with a 0 digit and then incrementing it at the 20th position, with carrying as necessary. Let chosen be an implementation-defined choice of either option 1 or option 2. Return chosen, 1.5 to integer or infinity. Argument. The abstract operation to integer or infinity takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing either an integer, plus, or a throw completion. It converts argument to an integer representing its number value with fractional part truncated, or to plus or. When that number value is infinite, it performs the following steps when called. Let number be to number, argument. If number is one of nan, plus 0, or minus 0, return 0. If number is plus, return plus. If number is return truncate, r. Number, 1.6 to int 32. Argument. The abstract operation to int32 takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 232 integral number values in the inclusive interval from -231 to 231.1. It performs the following steps when called. Let number be to number, argument. If number is not finite or number is either plus 0 or minus 0, return plus 0. Let int be truncate, r. Number. Let int 32-bit be int modulo 232. If int 32-bit 231, return int 32-bit 232. Otherwise return int 32-bit 66. ECMA International 2024. Note. To integer or infinity, x never returns -0 for any value of x. The truncation of the fractional part is performed after converting x to a mathematical value. Note, given the above definition of toint32, the toint32 abstract operation is idempotent if applied to a result that it produced. The second application leaves that value unchanged. Toint32 x is the same value as toint32 x for all values of x. It is to preserve this latter property that plus and are mapped to plus 0. Toint32 maps -0 to plus 0, 1.7 toint32 Argument. The abstract operation toInt32 takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 232 integral number values in the inclusive interval from +0 to 232 It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is not finite or number is either +0 or -0, return +0. Let int be truncate. Number. Let int 32-bit be int modulo 232. Return int 32-bit. Note: given the above definition of toInt32, step 5 is the only difference between toInt32 and toInt32. The toInt32 abstract operation is idempotent if applied to a result that it produced. The second application leaves that value unchanged. toInt32 x is the same value as toInt32 x. For all values of x, it is to preserve this latter property that plus and are mapped to +0. toInt32 maps -0 to +0, 1.8 toInt16. Argument. The abstract operation toInt16 takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 216 integral number values in the inclusive interval from -215 to 215 It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is not finite or number is either +0 or -0, return +0. Let int be truncate. Number. Let int 16-bit be int modulo 216. If int 16-bit 215, return int 16-bit 216. Otherwise return int 16-bit, 1.9 toInt16. Argument. The abstract operation toInt16 takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 216 integral number values in the inclusive interval from +0 to 216 It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is not finite or number is either +0 or -0, return +0. Let int be truncate. Number. ECMA International 2024-67 4. Let int 16-bit be int modulo 216. Return int 16-bit, 1.10 to int 8. Argument. The abstract operation toInt8 takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 28 integral number values in the inclusive interval from -128 to 127. It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is not finite or number is either +0 or -0, return +0. Let int be truncate. Number. Let int 8-bit be int modulo 28. If int 8-bit 27, return int 8-bit 28. Otherwise return int 8-bit, 1.11 to int 8. Argument. The abstract operation toInt8 takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 28 integral number values in the inclusive interval from +0 to 255. It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is not finite or number is either +0 or -0, return +0. Let int be truncate. Number. Let int 8-bit be int modulo 28. Return int 8-bit, 1.12 to int 8 clamp. Argument. The abstract operation toInt8 clamp takes argument an ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It clamps and rounds argument to one of 28 integral number values in the inclusive interval from +0 to 255. It performs the following steps when called. Let number be the number. Argument. If number is nan, return +0. Let nv be the extended mathematical value of number. Let clamped be the result of clamping nv between 0 and 255. Let f be floor. clamped, if clamped, f plus 0.5, return, f, if clamped, f plus 0.5, return, f plus 1. If f is even, return, f. Otherwise, return, f plus 1. Note: given the above definition of 216, the substitution of 216 for 232 in step 4 is the only difference between 232 and 216. 216 maps -0 to +0. Note: unlike most other ECMAScript integer conversion operations, 218 clamp rounds rather than truncates non-integral values. It also uses round half to even tie breaking, which differs from the round half up tie breaking of math round 8. ECMA International 2024, the 7th of January 2013. To big int argument. The abstract operation to big int takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It converts argument to a big int value or throws if an implicit conversion from number would be required. It performs the following steps when called. Let prim be to primitive argument number. Return the value that prim corresponds to in table 12. Table 12. Begin conversions. Argument type result undefined. Throw type error exception null. Throw type error exception boolean. Return 1 n if prim is true and 0 n if prim is false. Big int. Return prim number. Throw type error exception string. Let n be string to big int prim if n is undefined. Throw a syntax error exception. Return n symbol. Throw a type error exception. The 7th of January 2014 string to big int str. The abstract operation string to big int takes argument str, a string, and returns a big int or undefined. It performs the following steps when called. Let text be string to code points str. Let literal be parse text text. String integer literal. If literal is a list of errors, return undefined. Let env be the env of literal. Assert env is an integer. Return z env, 1 1 4 1 string integer literal grammar. String to big int uses the following grammar. Syntax. String integer literal str white spaciat str white spaciat str integer literal str white spaciat str integer literal signed integer sep non-decimal integer literal sep. ECMA International 2024 69 7 1 1 4 2 runtime semantics. MV, the MV of string integer literal str white spaciat is 0, the MV of string integer literal str white spaciat str integer literal str white spaciat is the MV of str integer literal, 1.15 to big int 64. Argument. The abstract operation to big int 64 takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 264 big int values in the inclusive interval from z minus 263 to z 263 1. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to big int argument. Let int 64-bit br n modulo 264. If int 64-bit 263, return z int 64-bit 264. Otherwise return z int 64-bit, 1.16 to big int 64. Argument. The abstract operation to big int 64 takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a big int or a throw completion. It converts argument to one of 264 big int values in the inclusive interval from 0z to z 264 1. It performs the following steps when called. Let n be to big int argument. Let int 64-bit br n modulo 264. Return z int 64-bit, 1.17 to string argument. The abstract operation to string takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a string or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type string. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a string, return argument. If argument is a symbol, throw a type error exception. If argument is undefined, return undefined. If argument is null, return null. If argument is true, return true. If argument is false, return false. If argument is a number, return number. To string, argument 10. If argument is a big int, return big int. To string, argument 10. Assert, argument is an object 0. Let prim value be. To primitive, argument string 1. Assert, prim value is not an object 2. Return. To string, prim value, 1.18 to object, argument. The abstract operation to object takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value of type object according to table 13. 0. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2024. Table 13. To object conversions. Argument type, result, undefined. Throw a type error exception, null. Throw a type error exception, boolean. Return a new boolean object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 20.3 for a description of boolean objects. Number, return a new number object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 21.1 for a description of number objects. String, return a new string object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 22.1 for a description of string objects. Symbol, return a new symbol object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 20.4 for a description of symbol objects. Big int, return a new big int object whose internal slot is set to argument. See 21.2 for a description of big int objects. Object, return argument. The 7th of January 2019 to property key. Argument. The abstract operation to property key takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a property key or a throw completion. It converts argument to a value that can be used as a property key. It performs the following steps when called. Let key be. To primitive, argument, string. If key is a symbol, then a return key, return. To string, key, 1.20 to length. Argument. The abstract operation to length takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an integral number or a throw completion. It clamps and truncates argument to an integral number suitable for use as the length of an array-like object. It performs the following steps when called. Let len be. To integer or infinity, argument. If len 0, return plus 0. Return, min, len. 253 1.21 canonical numeric index string, argument. The abstract operation canonical numeric index string takes argument to string, and returns a number or undefined. If argument is either -0 or exactly matches the result of to string, n, for some number value n, it returns the respective number value. Otherwise, it returns undefined. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is -0, return -0. Let n be. To number, argument. If. To string, n, is argument, return n, return undefined. ECMA International 2024-71. A canonical numeric string is any string value for which the canonical numeric index string abstract operation does not return undefined. 1.22 to int x, value. The abstract operation to index takes argument value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a non-negative integer or a throw completion. It converts value to an integer and returns that integer if it is non-negative and corresponds with an integer index. Otherwise, it throws an exception. It performs the following steps when called. Let integer be. To integer or infinity, value. If integer is not in the inclusive interval from 0 to 253 1, throw a range error exception. Return integer. Point 2 testing and comparison operations. 2.1 require object coercible. Argument. The abstract operation require object coercible takes argument in ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It throws an error if argument is a value that cannot be converted to an object using to object. It is defined by Table 14. Table 14. require object coercible results, argument type, result, undefined, throw type error exception, null, throw type error exception, boolean, n, return argument, number, return argument, string, return argument, symbol, return argument, big int, return argument, object, return argument, 7, 2. 2 is array, argument. The abstract operation is array takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument is an array exotic object, return true. If argument is a proxy exotic object, then a perform. Validate non-revoke proxy argument. B let proxy target be argument. C return is array proxy target. Return false. 2. ECMA International 2024. 7. 2. 3 is callable. Argument. The abstract operation is callable takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a callable function with the internal method. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument has an internal method, return true. Return false. 2.4 is constructor. Argument. The abstract operation is constructor takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a function object with the internal method. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. If argument has an internal method, return true. Return false. 2.5 is extensible. O. The abstract operation is extensible takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether additional properties can be added to O. It performs the following steps when called. Return O, 2.6 is integral number. Argument. The abstract operation is integral number takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a finite integral number value. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not a number, return false. If argument is not finite, return false. If truncate, argument, argument, return false. Return true. 2.7 is property key. Argument. The abstract operation is property key takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns a boolean. It determines if argument is a value that may be used as a property key. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is a string, return true. If argument is a symbol, return true. Return false. 2.8 is regexp. Argument. The abstract operation is regexp takes argument in ECMAScript language value and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If argument is not an object, return false. Let matcher be get argument at match. If matcher is not undefined, return to boolean matcher. If argument has an internal slot, return true. Return false. ECMA International 2024 73. 7. 2. 9 Static semantics is string well-formed Unicode. String. The abstract operation is string.
Okay, I finally have my answer when it comes to addressing.
Is a sequence of.
I will never ask chatbot again
And determines whether it is a well-formed HT.
on things like addressing.
www.
Chatbot was so misleading, completely wrong.
#well_formed_code_unit_sequence UTF-16 sequence. It performs the when called. Let len be the length of string. Length 0 repeat. While k len a let cp be code point at string k b if cp is true. Return false. C set k to k plus cp. Return true. 2.10 same value. X.
I guess technically it is position independent because the address
A script language value and returns a boolean. It determines
is actually larger than 32 bits. Fake emulated? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The chatbot lied.
return.
You can't save the result of relative in a 32-bit address or a 32-bit register
Value 0 takes
because it's not 32-bit. It's not. Oh my god, chatbot is so dumb. I'm never asking chatbot anything this complicated again. Because it was so wrong. So fucking wrong. I hate chatbot. But the position, independentness or whatever, the fact that you can't, you know what, I gotta rethink every single thing chatbot told me. Because chatbot is shit.
the abstract operation same value non-number takes arguments a.
Do you see the address, whatever, the top 4-bit bytes to 0. It's 28, 33, 38. Now, when I add, I'm gonna add to the address space after this. First, I wanna do Lee or whatever on a 32-bit register. And it will destroy the address, or it should.
Algorithm differs from the is strictly equal algorithm by treating all NaN values.
So I'm gonna change this. I should turn the fan off. I don't know what's up with the mic.
Return true, otherwise, return false. Note, all other
It keeps making crackling sounds.
if X is Y, return true.
I bet the motherboard sapped or something.
2. 7. The 7th of February 2013 is less than X. Y. Left first. The abstract operation is less than takes arguments X. An ECMAScript language value. Y. An ECMAScript language value. And left first. A boolean. And returns either a normal completion.
I think chatbot.
Y. Returning true, false, or undefined, which indicates that at least one operand is NaN. The left first flag is used.
I think chatbot was defaulting to saying everything's 0 when it doesn't know what to say.
Corresponding expression. If
So I'm gonna ask chatbot if a relative Lee on a label can be optimized by using a 32-bit register. And let's see what chatbot says in 64-bit mode with RIP addressing.
Y number, C let PXB.
If you do what chatbot says, you're like screwed.
And pi is a string. Then, a let 60 be the length of px, b let lie be the length of pi, c for each integer I such that 0 min, 60, lie, in ascending order. Do, I let cx be the numeric value of the code unit at index I within px. 2. Let psi be the numeric value of the code unit at index I within pi. 3. If cx, psi, return true. 5. If cx, psi, return false. D if 60, lie, return true. Otherwise, return false. Else, if px is a big int and pi is a string, then I let ni be string to big int, pi. 2. If ni is undefined, return undefined. 3. Return big int, less than, px, ni. B if px is a string and pi is a big int, then I let an x be string to big int, px. 2. If an x is undefined.
Okay, now it's saying it's invalid. It won't work. But I do this.
C note, because px and pi are primitive values. Evaluation order is not important. D let an x be to numeric, px less than ib, to numeric, pi f if type, nx, is type, ni, then if nx is a number, then return number, less than, nx, ni2, else assert, nx is a big int, return big int, less than, nx, ni, g assert, nx is a big int and ni is a number, or nx is a number and ni is a big int, h if nx or ni is nan, return undefined, I if nx is, or ni is plus, return true. ECMA International 2024-75. Note 1 for expository purposes. Some cases are handled separately within this algorithm even if it is unnecessary to do so. Note 1 Step 3 differs from Step 1c in the algorithm that handles the addition operator plus 1 3, 1 5, 3, by using the logical and operation instead of the logical or operation. Comma 2.14 is loosely equal x, y, j, k. If an x is plus or ni is, return false. If r, nx, r, ni, return true. Otherwise return false. Note 2. The comparison of strings uses a simple lexicographic ordering on sequences of UTF-16 code unit values. There is no attempt to use the more complex, semantically oriented definitions of character or string equality and collating order defined in the Unicode specification. Therefore, string values that are canonically equal.
Chatbot is a piece of shit. I will never ask Chatbot again.
Point for strings containing.
Now it's like saying the correct thing. I think it's because I asked it the opposite. I think it is intentionally disagreeing with what I say. Because when I ask it, can I optimize by doing a 3-2 load? It says no. But if I don't ask it, can I do a 3-2 load? It throws in there, you could do a 3-2 load to optimize things. So,
Note.
when Chatbot throws in little extra tidbits of information, I think those are what are completely wrong. Chatbot sucks.
Equal x to number, y is a string and y is a number. Return is loosely equal.
I don't know, it doesn't matter now. I had to restart earlier, so I literally lost it or whatever. So I can't like scroll back up.
Return is loosely equal y x
So if I do like load effective address,
to number x y.
I use 32-bit.
Return is loose.
It's going to destroy the address.
Y is either a string, a number, a big int, or a symbol, and y is an object. Return is loosely.
The address is destroyed, so it's all zeros.
If x is an object.
I want to see what happens if I access that address.
Return is loosely equal to primitive x, y 3. If x is a big int and y is a number, or if x is a number and y is a big int, then if x is not finite or y is not finite, return false. B if r, x equals r, y, return true, otherwise return false. 4. Return false. Comma 2.15 is strictly equal x, y. The abstract operation is strictly equal takes arguments x, an ECMAScript language value, and y, an ECMAScript language value, and returns a boolean. It provides the semantics for the equals operator. It performs the following steps when called.
Now I'm accessing a 32-bit address because it clipped off the top 32 bits, so it's invalid.
X, Y, return same value non-number. X, Y. Note this algorithm differs from the same value algorithm in its treatment of sign zeros and
You caught it, and it's silently throwing an error.
2024. 7.3 operations on object.
That's funny. Windows is like, it makes us look bad to throw a memory fault or throw a warning, so we'll just like silently close the program So the user goes, oh, it's just not opening. They always, I don't know, the error messages always seem to be geared at pointing the blame to the programmer. And that's what this guy does too, because you go, oh, the programmer must have messed it up. If I was doing what chatbot said, then it would have been my fault, because I would have tried to load a 32-bit register. I don't know, chatbot sucks.
And essential internal methods. Then internal slots list contains a
So if you're out of the memory range, it's gonna like ignore it.
extensions.
So now I'm gonna make, I have to be getting the macro. I have to figure this out. This is annoying. I need to know so I can set up stuff later. I have to know how this stupid crap works.
Either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language.
So I'm gonna reserve
It is used to retrieve
3 gigabytes.
object. It performs the following steps when called. Return. O. The abstract operation jet takes arguments v, an ECMAScript language value, and p, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It is used to retrieve the value of a specific property of an ECMAScript language value. If the value is not an object, the property lookup is performed using a wrapper object appropriate for the type of the value. It performs the following steps when called. Let O be. To object, v return. O, 3.4 set. O, p, v, throw. The abstract operation set takes arguments O, an object, p,
So that's 2 gigabytes.
an ECMAScript language value, and throw, a boolean, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to set the value of a specific property of an object. V is the new value for the property. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be. O, if success is false and throw is true, throw a type error exception. Return unused. Note within this specification, exotic objects are created in abstract operations such as array create and bound function create by first calling make basic object to obtain a basic, foundational object, and then overriding some or all of that object's internal methods. In order to encapsulate exotic object creation, the object's essential internal methods are never modified outside those operations. ECMA International 2024 77 7 3 5 Create data property. O, P, V. The abstract operation create data property takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It performs the following steps when called. Let new desk be the property descriptor.
3 gigabytes is funky. Funky number.
New desk, 3.6 create data property or throw. O, P, V. The abstract operation create data property or throw takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to create a new own property of an object. It throws a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be. Create data property. O, P, V. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused, 3.7, capital C, R, E, A, T, E, capital N, O, N, capital E, N, U, M, E, R, A, B, L, E, capital D, A, T, A, capital P, R, O, P, E, R, T, O, P, V. The abstract operation, capital C, R, E, A, T, E, capital N, O N capital E N U M E R A B L E capital D A T A capital P R O P E R T takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and V, an ECMAScript language value, and returns unused. It is used to create a new non-enumerable own property of an ordinary object. It performs the following steps when called. Assert O as an ordinary, extensible object with no non-configurable properties. Let new desk be the property descriptor. V. True, false, configurable, true, perform. Define property or throw. O. P. New desk, return unused. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable, or if O is not extensible, will return false. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist and is not configurable, or if O is not extensible, will return false, causing this operation to throw a type error exception. Note this abstract operation creates a property whose attributes are set to the same defaults used for properties created by the ECMAScript language assignment operator, except it is not enumerable. Normally, the property will not already exist. If it does exist, define property or throw is guaranteed to complete normally. 8. ECMA International 2024. 7. 3. 8. Define property or throw. O. P. Desk. The abstract operation define property or throw takes arguments O, an object, P, a property key, and desk, a property descriptor, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to call the internal method of an object in a manner that will throw a type error exception if the requested property update cannot be performed. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O, P, desk. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused. 3.9 Delete property or throw. O, P. The abstract operation delete property or throw takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It is used to remove a specific own property of an object. It throws an exception if the property is not configurable. It performs the following steps when called. Let success be O, P. If success is false, throw a type error exception. Return unused. 3.10 Get method. V, P. The abstract operation get method takes arguments V, an ECMAScript language value, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing either a function object or undefined, or a throw completion. It is used to get the value of a specific property of an ECMAScript language value when the value of the property is expected to be a function. It performs the following steps when called. Let func be jet v p. If func is either undefined or null, return undefined. If this callable func is false, throw a type error exception. Return func.
Okay, so this is 3 gigabytes, and it might not trip it to go over the edge.
And returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used.
I don't know why. I was thinking
Property may be either owned or inherited. It performs the following steps when called.
like this is 1 gigabyte.
P the 7th of March.
It's 2 gigabytes, 3 gigabytes, 4.
Own property takes arguments O, an object, and P, a property key, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine whether an object has an own property with the specified property key. It performs the following steps when called. Let desk be O, P. If desk is undefined, return false. Return true. 3.13 Call F, V. Arguments list. The abstract operation call takes arguments f, an ECMAScript language value, and v, an ECMAScript language value, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion.
3. 3 is an odd number. Like, it's really odd. Like, literally odd. Because, like, every address below 1 gigabyte has 0 at the top. 1 gigabyte is the bit below it, set to 0, 1. 2 gigabytes is 1, 0. 3 gigabytes is 1, 1. 4 gigabytes is overflow. I don't know. I'm so used to thinking that everything is at 0, but really 0 starts with the address of the things below 1 gigabyte. So really it's 0, 0. It's like that. I don't know. Power 2. This one's easier. Like 1 or 2.
As the corresponding arguments of the internal method. If arguments list is used
I've been writing in C for way too long.
as its value, it performs.
I'm forgetting things. I'll not remember.
Set arguments list to a new.
Okay, so now I added reserve bytes, 3 gigs. I want to see if this is gonna affect the time it takes to start up.
Abstract operation.
Because this means it should zero out 3 gigs of memory. Unless it's gonna page it and not actually set to 0 until I access it.
It is used
Which it probably will do.
of an object. It performs the following steps when called. Let status be O. If status is false, return false. Low keys B. O. If level is sealed, then for each element K of keys, do I perform. Define property or throw O. K.
Rename it to overflow, spill,
Level is frozen B for each element K of.
and builds.
Let current desk be
And run it.
A2. If current desk is not undefined, then if is accessor descriptor, current desk.
Is it not gonna run?
False. Else, let desk be the property descriptor. False. False. Perform. Define property or throw O. K. Desk 6. Return true, 3.16 test integrity level. Oh, level. The abstract operation test integrity level takes arguments so, an object, and level sealed or frozen and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It is used to determine if the set of own properties of an object are fixed. It performs the following steps when called. Let extensible be
Did it turn off?
O. If extensible is true, return false.
In build, right?
If the object is extensible, none of its properties are examined. Low keys B. O. For each element K of keys, do 80. ECMA International 2024. Note, if new target is not present, this operation is equivalent to new F. Arguments list. Let current desk be O. K. B. If current desk is not undefined, then I. If current desk is true, return false. 2. If level is frozen and is data descriptor, current desk is true, then if current desk is true, return false. 6. Return true, 3.17 create array from list. Elements. The abstract operation create array from list takes argument elements, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns an array. It is used to create an array whose elements are provided by elements. It performs the following steps when called. Let array be array create 0. Let 0
It runs.
perform create data property or throw array to string n e be set n to n plus 1. Return array, 3.18 length of array like obj. The abstract operation length of array like takes argument obj.
Yeah, so I made Alright, reserved 3 gigs, but I don't actually get 3 gigs until I use that. I don't know if I highlighted.
OBJ length. An array-like object is any object for which this operation returns a normal completion. Note 2 arrays and string objects are examples of array-like objects. 3.19 create list from array-like. OBJ element types. The abstract operation create list from array-like takes argument OBJ, an ECMAScript language.
So, right to the memory.
Element types. A list.
Make a loop, right to 3 gigs.
And returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMAScript language values or a throw completion. It is used to create a list value whose elements are provided by the index. Properties of OBJ element types contains the names of ECMAScript language types that are allowed for element values of the list that is created. It performs the following steps when called. If element types is not present, set element types to undefined, null, boolean, string, symbol, number, big int, object. If OBJ is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let len be length of array like OBJ. Let list be a new empty list. Let index be 0. Repeat. While index len a let index name be. To string index be let next be. Get OBJ index name. See if element types does not contain type. Next. Throw a type error exception. Append next to list. ESET index index +1. Return list. ECMA International 2024-81. Note 1 typically, an array-like object would also have some properties with integer index names. However, that is not a requirement of this definition. The 7th of March 2020 invoke v.p. arguments list. The abstract operation invoke takes arguments v, an ECMAScript language value, and p, a property key, and optional arguments list, a list of ECMAScript language values, and returns either a normal completion containing an ECMAScript language value or a throw completion. It is used to call a method property of an ECMAScript language value. V serves as both the lookup point for the property and this value of the call arguments list is the list of arguments values passed to the method. If arguments list is not present, a new empty list is used as its value. It performs the following steps when called. If arguments list is not present, set arguments list to a new empty list. Let func be jet v p return call func v arguments list, 3.21 ordinary has instance. C. O. The abstract operation ordinary has instance takes argument C, an ECMAScript language v, alu, and O, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing a boolean or a throw completion. It implements the default algorithm for determining if O inherits from the instance object inheritance path provided by C. It performs the following steps when called. If is callable, C is false, return false. If C has an internal slot, then a let BCBC be return. Instantia of operator O, BC. If O is not an object, return false. A let PB. Get C prototype. If P is not an object, throw a type error exception. Repeat. ABC, 3.22. Set O to O. If O is null, return false. If same value, P, O, is true, return true. Species constructor O, default constructor. The abstract operation species constructor takes arguments O, an object, and default constructor, a constructor, and returns either a normal completion
Okay, so this should fill the memory, all 3 gigs, and it'll set it to R14, which is moved 0, shift left 4, XOR R14, R15.
Oh, constructor. If C is undefined, return default constructor. If C is not,
To give it like a value that's not 0 every time. So we'll see what happens.
if S is either undefined or null, return default constructor. If this constructor, S, is true, return S. Throw a type error exception, 3.23 enumerable own
It's running.
kind.
It's doing something.
Enumerable own properties takes arguments so, an object, and kind, key, value, or key plus value, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMAScript language values or a throw completion.
How did it not use memory?
O. Let results be a new empty list. For each element key of own keys, do if key is a string, then 2. ECMA International 2024. I let desk be. O. Key 2. If desk is not undefined and desk is true, then if kind is key, then A append key to results, else A let value be. Get O. Key B if kind is value, then I append value to results C else I assert kind is key plus value. 2. Let entry be create array from list, key, value. 3. Append entry to results, 3.24 get function realm, obj. The abstract operation get function realm takes argument obj, a function object, and returns either a normal completion containing a realm record or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If obj has an internal slot, then a return obj. If obj is a bound function exotic object, then a let bound target function be obj be return. Get function realm, bound target function. If obj is a proxy exotic object, then a perform. Validate non-revoke proxy, obj be let proxy target be obj c return. Get function realm, proxy target, return the current realm record, 3.25 copy data properties, target, source, excluded items. The abstract operation copy data properties takes arguments target, an object, source, an ECMAScript language value, and excluded items, a list of property keys, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If source is either undefined or null, return unused. Let from B. To object, source, let keys be from. For each element next key of keys, do a let excluded be false. B for each element of excluded items, do I have same value.
What's happening? Why is it not running the loop?
Excluded to true. See if excluded is false. Then I let desk be from next key 2. If desk is not undefined and desk is true, then let proper value be. Get from next key perform. Create data property or throw target next key proper value. Return unused. Return results. Note step 4 will only be reached if obj is a non-standard function exotic object that does not have an internal slot. Note the target passed in here is always a newly created.
What?
Accessible in case of an error being thrown. ECMA International 2024-83. The 7th of March 2026 private element find. O. P. The abstract operation private element find takes argument so, an object, and P, a private name, and returns a private element or empty. It performs the following steps when called. If O contains a private element pay such that pay, return empty, 3.27 private field add. O, P, value. The abstract operation private field add takes argument so, an object, P, a private name, and value, an ECMAScript language value, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. P. If entry is not empty, throw a type error except.
How is this possible?
Turn unused, 3.28 private method or accessor add. O. Method. The abstract operation private method or accessor add takes argument so, an object, and method, a private element, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Method is either method or accessor. If the host is a web browser, then a perform. Host ensure can add private element. O. Let entry be private element find. O. Method. If entry is not empty, throw a type error exception. Append method to O. Return unused, 3.29 host ensure can add priv T element. Oh, the host-defined abstract operation host ensure can add private element takes argument O, an object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion. It allows host environments to prevent the addition of private elements to particular host-defined exotic.
Oh.
Of host ensure can add private.
Okay, so inside the loop, so it's all zeros here for this top one.
And perform no other steps. Any two calls of this.
I'm gonna do a move to RAX inside the loop that's supposed to set 3 gigabytes.
Private element is to return.
So I do a move inside this loop right here that sets 3 gigs. Doing a move, okay, of this value, 0xFFF. When I run it,
Door accessor 4. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. The 7th of March 1930. Private get. O. P. The abstract operation private get takes argument so, an object, and P. A private name.
it sets the register correctly to the value I have. I have whatever.
When called, let entry be private.
But when I do or,
Entry is empty. Throw a type error exception if entry is either field.
the or operation ors the value.
Entry return.
And it's a full register, so it should just or the value.
Value. The abstract operation.
When I run it now,
An object. P. A private name. And value.
I'll delete them to show that they're building, so there's no files
Completion can.
until I hit enter, and then it builds them. Build this one, then run it.
P. If entry is empty, throw.
And when it runs,
Then a set entry to value. Else if entry is method, then a throw a type.
the top bits have not been set. This is virtual land. This is amazing. Virtual land.
Value. Return unused. Comma 3.32 define field. Receiver.
Am I going above a memory limit?
Operation
And then it bails,
receiver.
so it doesn't commit the changes to registers.
And record. And returns I.
Is that what's happening? Because what's the difference between or and a move?
When called.
They both modify the value. Believe.
Letter is not empty. Then a let init value be. Call. Initializer. Receiver 4. Else a let init value be undefined. If field name is a
RIP.
then a perform. Private.
I mean relative.
Receiver. Field name. Init value. Else a cert is property key. Field name.
That's annoying.
Perform. Create data property or throw. Receiver. Field name. Init value. Return unused. ECMA International 2024-85. The 7th of March 1933. Initialize instance elements. O. Constructor. The
ASP address.
initialize instance elements takes argument so, an object, and constructor, an ECMAScript function object, and returns either a normal completion containing unused or a throw completion.
Okay, I'll do an and.
When called.
See if it'll keep all the bits that are set to it.
Methods. Do a perform. Private method or accessor add. O. Method. Let fields be the value of constructor. For each element field record of fields. Do a perform.
Well, it doesn't prove anything. It'll just be the same value.
Field record 5.
Run it anyways.
For add value to keyed group. Groups. Key. Value. The abstract operation
It didn't change the value.
takes arguments groups. A list of records with fields. A list
I'll do and 0. So we'll destroy the value,
of value. And
or
value.
it should.
Script language value. And returns unused. It performs the
It's doing something because it's stalling for a second.
of groups. Do a
So an and sets it to 0. But an or won't set it to 1. Is that what's happening? What the hell?
value. Append group to groups. Return unused. Comma 3.35 group by items. Callback and key conversion.
doing or. I'm just doing 0xf.
Callback and an ECMAScript language value and key conversion property or 0 and returns either a normal completion containing a list of records with fields,
Wait, it said it.
language values, or a throw complete
Is it because
when called. Perform. Require object
it can't hold 64-bit immediate?
is false. Throw a type error exception. Let groups be a new empty list. Let iterator record be. Get iterator.
That's 32 bits, 64 bits. See, this is why this is fucking annoying. This fucking fake ass 64-bit bullshit. You think one thing is one thing, but it's not, because there's a whole bunch of other things that are other things that aren't even related to something else. It has nothing to do with anything. And it can't even allocate the memory. Because I don't know why until I figure it out. It's fucking stupid. So like to ask chatbot, the documentation won't say it. 64-bit is bullshit.
Iterator record. If key conversion is property, then I set key to completion.
I don't think it built.
E2. If a
Try it again.
key iterator record. I2 assert key conversion is 0. If key is -0, set key to plus.
No, it's setting it. So it sets it here, which is 0xFFFF, but not inside the loop.
See common iteratio and interfaces 27.
So I'll take this, and put it up in the loop, Control X, Control V.
Iterator records have the
It's not being modified anywhere else before it gets written to be printed.
iterator, an object that conforms to the iterator or async iterator interface. Next method, an ECMAScript language value, the next method of the object. Done, a boolean, whether the iterator has been closed. 7, 4, to get iterator from method, obj,
Now it's setting it.
method, a function object, and returns either a normal completion containing an iterator.
Is it because of the extra and?
Steps when called. Let iterator be. Call method obj. If iterator is not an object, throw a type error exception. Let next method.
Alright, so now I'm doing it like this again.
Next, let iterator record be the iterator record. Iterator. Next method. False. Return iterator record. 4.3 get iterator. Obj. Kind. The abstract operation get iterator takes arguments obj, an ECMAScript language value, and kind, sync or async, and returns either a normal completion containing an iterator record or a throw completion. It performs.
What even?
If kind is async, then a let method be. Get method. Obj. Add at async iterator. Be if method is undefined, then I let sync method be. Get method. Obj. Add at iterator. 2. If sync method is.
Okay, so here is or set whatever. Might save
Iterator from method. Obj.
and build it.
Return create a sync from sync iterator. Sync iterator record. Else a let method be. Get method. Obj. Add at iterator. If method is undefined, throw a type error exception.
Really?
Iterator from method. Obj.
Okay, why didn't it throw this error?
Value. The abstract operation iterator next takes argument iterator record, an iterator record, and optional argument
It did throw the error. I didn't see it.
returns either a normal completion containing an object or a throw completion. It performs the following steps when called. If value is not present, then a let result be. Call.
Okay, it's because you can't assign to a 64-bit immediate. I mean, you can't assign to a 64-bit value a 64-bit immediate because this isn't a 64-bit computer. Signed double word.
Return to Boolean.
But you can assign
Result. Done. 4.6 iterator value. I to result. The abstract.
a totally all bit set because they have a magical behind the scenes. They just flip it. They do a not or something.
It performs the following.
So this will build though.
Return.
Even though this is larger than a double word,
Step.
assigned D word, it's going to build.
Argument iterator record. An iterator record. And returns either a normal completion containing either an object or false, or a throw completion. It requests the next value from iterator record.
It says warning, signed D word value exceeds bounds. But this one doesn't exceed bounds.
The next value is available. It performs.
I'm going to build it.
Result B. Iterator next. Iterator record. Let done B. Iterator complete. Result. If done is.
It still sets it. That's how 64-bit world is. Why isn't it allocating 2 gigabytes?
You takes argument iterator record. An iterator record. And returns either a normal completion containing either an ECMAScript language value or done, or a throw completion. It requests the next value from iterator record by calling iterator record and returns either done indicating that the iterator has reached its end or the value from the iterator result object if a next value is available. It performs the following
Put the loop down here. Try to read it.
Iterator record. If result is a throw.
So it's writing 3 gigs up there. It's gonna read 3 gigs right here, and then I'll write it.
Iterator complete. Result. If done is a throw completion, then A set iterator record to true. B return done. Set done to done. 8. ECMA International 2024. 7. If done is true, then A set iterator record to true. B return done. Let value be completion. Get. Result. Value. If value is a throw completion, then A set iterator record to true 10. Return value, 4.9 iterator close. Iterator record. Completion. The abstract operation iterator close takes arguments iterator record, an iterator record, and completion, a completion record, and returns a completion record. It is used to notify an iterator that it should perform any actions it would normally perform when it has reached its completed state. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Iterator record is an object. Let iterator be iterator record. Let inner result be completion. Get method. Iterator. Return. If inner result is a normal completion, then a let return be inner result. B if return is undefined. Return completion. C set inner result to completion. Call. Return. Iterator. If completion is a throw completion, return completion. If inner result is a throw completion, return inner result. If inner result is not an object, throw a type error. Exception. Return completion. 4.10 if abrupt close iterator. Value. Iterator record. If abrupt close iterator is a shorthand for a sequence of algorithm steps that use an iterator record. An algorithm step of the form. If abrupt close iterator. Value. Iterator record means the same thing as assert. Value is a completion record. If value is an abrupt completion, return. Iterator close. Iterator record. Value. Else. Set value to value. 4.11 async iterator close. Iterator record. Completion. The abstract operation async iterator close takes arguments iterator record, an iterator record, and completion, a completion record, and returns a completion record. It is used to notify an async iterator that it should perform any actions it would normally perform when it has reached its completed state. It performs the following steps when called. Assert. Iterator record is an object. Let iterator be iterator record. Let inner result be completion. Get method. Iterator. Return. If inner result is a normal completion, then a let return be inner result. B if return is undefined. Return completion. C set inner result to completion. Call. Return. Iterator. D if inner result is a normal completion. Set inner result to completion. Await. in a result. If completion is a throw completion, return completion. If in a result is a throw completion, return in a result. If in a result is not an object, throw a type error exception. Return completion. ECMA International 2024-89. The 7th of April 2012. Create item result object value. Done. The abstract operation create item result object takes arguments value, an ECMAScript language value, and
Okay, so it's gonna set 3 gigs up there. Down here, it's setting AX equal to the address plus the offset of the link. To offset it, it's moving RCX,
data property or throw obj.
whatever, spill blah. Oh, this is a quad word. It's taking up a lot of space. It's taking way more than 3 gigs. It's way over the limit. That's probably why it's bugging out. I think that's like 8 gigs. Or 8 times 3. 8. That's a lot of memory.
That returns the successive elements of list. It performs the following steps when called. Let closure be a new abstract closure with no parameters that captures list and performs the following steps when called. For each element of list, do I perform. Generate a yield. Create item result object E false. B return normal completion undefined. Let iterator be create iterator from closure empty iterator prototype %.
That's 24 gigs. Crap. Alright, so it's looping through 24 gigs. I forgot it was a quad word. I forgot to make it a byte.
Accessible to East.
So I guess it's looping 24 gigs. Not 3 gigs.
To list takes argument iterator record, an iterator record, and returns either a normal completion containing a list of ECMAScript language values or a throw completion.
But it's only writing to 3 gigs, I think. Because I didn't subtract 8, I subtract 1. I decremented instead of subtracting 8. So it's only a byte being accessed each time. But the space taken, reserved, is 24 gigs.
Specialized syntax-directed operations are defined throughout this specification.
Anyways, it loops through the same thing as it did above, and it moves to RD12 and then adds to R12. So this should force it, if it's not making the memory, to make it.
Each definition appears after the defining occurrence of the relevant productions. 0. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024. 8.2 Scope Analysis. 2.1 Static Semantics. Bound names. The syntax-directed operation bound names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. Note default is used within this specification as a synthetic name for a module's default export when it does not have another name. An entry in the module the corresponding value, and resolving the export name default by calling resolve export name, resolve set. For the module will return a resolved binding record whose is default, which will then resolve in the modules to the above mentioned value. This is done only for
How does it know that it's overflowing?
exports can be resolved like any other export. This default string is never accessible to ECMAScript code or to the module linking algorithm. It is defined piecewise.
It says sign D word exceeds bounds on line 1918.
Return yield binding identifier.
Line 1918 is right here. And this is a 64-bit register. So, no, it's not. Where is it? Right here. 1918. Add RAX. This is a 64-bit register. Why is it keeping track of the fact that I did a move there?
Variable declaration list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration. Let names 1 be bound names of variable declaration list. Let names 2 be bound names of variable declaration. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Variable declaration. Binding identifier initializer opt1. Return the bound names of binding identifier. ECMA International 2024-91. Variable declaration. Binding pattern initializer 1. Return the bound names of binding pattern. Object binding pattern 1. Return a new empty list. Object binding pattern. Binding property list. Binding rest property. Let names 1 be bound names of binding
That's not cool.
property. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Array binding pattern. EPILOGUE 1. Return a new empty list. Array binding pattern. EPILOGUE binding rest element 1. Return the bound names of binding rest element. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. EPILOGUE 1. Return the bound names of binding element list. Array binding pattern. Binding element list. EPILOGUE binding rest element. Let names 1 be bound.
Wow, they're really strict. They're keeping track of the address, even though it's set to register.
1 and names 2. Binding property list. Binding property list. Binding property.
But they don't care above. Only because I'm reading.
Names of binding property. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Binding element list. Binding element.
Oh no, they care. Okay, so I'm gonna add in the loop instead.
Single name binding.
My increment.
Opt1. Return the bound names of binding identifier. Binding element. Binding pattern initializer opt1. Return the bound names of binding pattern. 2. ECMA International.
It's moving the address. R6 is length. It's decrementing. It's looping. Move RDX. AX. Add R12AX.
1. Return the bound names of binding identifier. Function declaration. Function. Formal parameters. Function body. 1. Return default. Formal parameters. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list.
Is it not going to run?
Bound names of function rest parameter. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter list. Formal parameter. Let names 1 be bound names of formal parameter list. Let names 2 be bound names of formal parameter. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Arrow parameters. Capital C O.
It runs perfectly fine.
Capital P A R E N T H E
What if I make it 1 gig?
D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A N. Let formals be the array formal parameters that is covered by capital
That's 1. Yeah, okay.
B E R capital P A R E N
Alright, so this is 1 gig.
E S I Z E D capital E X P R E S S I O N capital A.
This computer's laggy as hell.
Generator declaration. Function binding identifier. Formal parameters. Generate.
It was laggy before I'd write this.
Generator declaration. Function. 4 mal parameters. Generator body. Return default. Async generator declaration. Async function binding identifier.
Wait, what's the error?
Async generator body. Return the bound names of binding identifier. Async generator declaration. Async function. Formal parameters. Async generator body. 1. Return default. Class declaration. Class binding identifier.
Huh?
Return the bound names of binding identifier class.
I can't set 1?
Return default. ECMA int
What the heck?
3. Async function declaration. Async function binding
What about 2?
parameters. Async function body. Return the bound names of
I can set 2.
function declaration. Async function. Formal parameters. Async function body. Return default. Capital C O V E.
It says when I set 1, it says error assertion data is length greater than equal to 0.
S Y
At 8:59,
R. Member expression arg.
so 1 gig doesn't work, but 2 gigs does.
O V E R
So they should be catching this too, but they aren't.
E X P R E S
I don't think it's gonna run. It didn't run.
N
I'm gonna do half a gig.
N D capital A S Y N C capital A R R. Return the bound names of head. Import declaration. Import clause from clause 1.
Can I get half a gig?
Import declaration. Import module.
I can get half a gig.
Imported default binding. Namespace import. Let names 1 be the bound names of imported default binding. Let names 2 be the bound names of namespace import. Return the list concatenation of names.
Oh yeah, it's multiplied by 4.
Imported
I forgot that.
import.
I should change it to reserve bytes.
Imported default binding. Let names 2 be the bound names of named imports. Return the
And then try 2 gigs again.
names 2 named imports.
Or 3 gigs.
Imports list. Imports list. Import specifier. Let names 1 be the bound names of imports list. Let names 2 be the bound names of import specifier. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Import specifier. Module export name as imported binding 1. Return the bound
Well, that's weird. It doesn't catch it.
export from clause. Export named exports. Return a new empty list. Export declaration. Export variable statement. Return the bound names.
That seems like a bug. So it can't handle reserve bytes of 3 gigs. What about 2 gigs?
24. Export declaration. Export default hoistable declaration. Let declaration names be the bound names.
It can handle 2 gigs.
If declaration names does not include the element default, append default to declaration names. Return declaration names. Export declaration. Export default class declaration.
That's only 513 megabytes.
Does not include the element default. Append default to declaration names. Return declaration names. Export declaration. Export default assignment expression. 1. Return default, 2.2 static semantics. Declaration part. The syntax directed operation declaration part takes no arguments and returns a parse node. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: hoistable declaration, function declaration, return function declaration, hoistable declaration, generator declaration, return generator declaration, hoistable declaration, async function declaration, return async function declaration, hoistable declaration, async generator declaration, return async generator declaration, declaration, class declaration, return class declaration, declaration, lexical declaration, return lexical declaration, 2.3 static semantics, is constant declaration. The syntax directed operation is constant declaration takes no arguments and returns a boolean. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: lexical declaration, let or const binding list. Return is constant declaration of let or const. Let or const, let return false. Let or const, const return true. ECMA International 2024-95. Function declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, function body, function, formal parameters, function body, generator declaration, function binding identifier, formal parameters, generator body, function, formal parameters, generator body, async generator declaration, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async generator body, async function, formal parameters, async generator body, async function declaration, async function binding identifier, formal parameters, async function body, async function, formal parameters, async function body, return false, class declaration, class binding identifier class tail 1. Return false, export declaration, export from clause, export named exports, export default assignment expression, return false, 2.4 static semantics, lexically declared names. The syntax-directed operation lexically declared names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Block. Return a new empty list. Statement list. Statement list item. Let names 1 be lexically declared names of statement list. Let names 2 be lexically declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement, return lexically declared names of labeled statement. Return a new empty list. Statement list item. Declaration. Return the bound names of declaration. It is not necessary to treat export default assignment expression as a constant declaration. Note, because there is no syntax that permits assignment to the internal bound name used to reference a module's default object. 6. ECMA International 2024. Case block. Return a new empty list. Case block. Case clause assopt default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clauses is present, let names 1 be the lexically declared names of the first case clauses. Else, let names 1 be a new empty list. T. Let names 2 be lexically declared names of default clause. If the second case clauses is present, let names 3 be the lexically declared names of the second case clauses. Else, let names 3 be a new empty list. Return the list concatenation of names 1, names 2, and names 3. Case clauses. Case clauses case clause. Let names 1 be lexically declared names of case clauses. Let names 2 be lexically declared names of case clause. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the lexically declared names of statement list. Return a new empty list. Default clause. Default.
4. Dang it. Okay, that makes more sense. But why is it getting stuck on a smaller number?
Labeled item. Return the lexically.
Like it won't build.
Item. Statement. Return a new empty list. Labeled item. Function declaration. Return bound names of function declaration. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list. Statement list. Return top level lexically declared names of statement list. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list. Statement list. Return the top level lexically declared names of statement list. Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. ECMA International 2024-97. Async concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Script. Empty. Return a new empty list. Script body. Statement list. Return top-level lexically declared names of statement list. Note 2. The lexically declared names of a module includes the names of all of its imported bindings. Module item list.
I think it's still opening. No, it's not. So for how big is that?
Return the bound names of import declaration, module item, export declaration. If export declaration is export variable statement, return a new empty list. Return the bound names of export declaration, module item, statement list item. Return lexically declared names of statement list item, 2.5 static semantics. Lexically scoped declarations. The syntax-directed operation lexically scoped declarations takes no arguments and returns a list of parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement list. Statement list item. Let declarations 1 be lexically scoped declarations of statement list. Let declarations 2 be lexically scoped declarations of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Statement. If statement is statement, labeled statement. Return lexically scoped declarations of labeled statement. Note 1 at the top level of a script. Fun. Shine declaration.
Okay, so this gets me 1 gigabyte.
Rather than like var declarations. Return a new empty list. Statement list.
I multiply by 2.
Return a list whose sole element is declaration part of declaration 98. ECMA International 2024. Case block.
I'll get to macro tomorrow.
Block. Case clause.
Okay, so it can't handle
Let declarations 1.
2 gigabytes. It says is length greater than equal 0.
Is present. Let declarations 3 be the lexically scoped declarations of the second case clauses. Else. Let declarations 3 be a new empty list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1.
Can't handle decimals, I guess.
Declarations 3. Case clauses. Case clauses. Case clause. Let declarations 1 be lexically scoped declarations of case clauses. Let declarations 2 be lexically scoped declarations of case clause. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the lexically scoped declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Default clause. Default. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the lexically scoped declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the lexically
Can't handle
item. Statement. Return a new empty list. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return function declaration. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list. Statement list. Return the capital T O P capital L E V E L capital L E X I C A L L Y capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A of statement list. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list. Statement list. Return the capital
so 2 gigs. It can't handle.
T X I
So it is limited to a smaller space than in 32-bit mode. At least the code is, or the code data.
E D capital D E C L A
Because chatbot says
of statement list. ECMA International 2024-99. Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Script. Empty. Return a new empty list. Script body. Statement list. Return capital T O P capital L E.
that's 7 zeros. 7 zeros.
L L Y capital S C O P E D capital D E C L A R A of statement list.
It won't highlight as I'm zoomed in, because that's how Windows works. That's 7 zeros. So I'm going to run this.
Declarations of module item list. Let declarations 2 be lexically scoped. Declaration
Hit save.
and the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Module item. Import declarations
It throws an error. It's greater than equals 0.
from clause. Export named exports. Export variables.
If I set another number,
Export declaration. Export declaration.
so now it's like bigger than 2 gigs. It throws an error greater than equals 0.
Hoistable declaration. Return a list.
But if I change it to a quad word,
Export declaration. Export default class.
which is bigger than a byte, it's 8 bytes. With RSQ from B to Q.
International 2024. 8. 2. 6 static semantics.
It builds with no issues. It just ends up going out of range, and then Windows catches it.
Statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement, return a new empty list. Block, return a new
Okay, so now it clearly went out of range, but only used 1.25 megabytes. So does that mean the limit is 1.25 megabytes for 64-bit program? For the code and the data? It's ridiculous. It's not 64-bit. It can't handle 64-bit. So I think I'm done messing around with this for now. This is just stupid.
statement, return the list concatenation.
So you have to call malloc or whatever to get large chunks of memory.
Names of statement, do
Because the code segment is zeroed out, even though it shows an address.
return the var declared names of statement, while, expression statement 1.
It's not going to build because I have to change it.
4. Expression not statement 1. Return the var declared names of statement for statement 4. Var variable declaration list. Expression not statement. Let names 1 be bound names of variable declaration.
Even though it shows an address that's outside of 4 gigabytes, behind the scenes, it's virtualized anyway. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's fake.
Statement 1. Return the var declared names of statement for in of statement.
There is a 64-bit mode that's like large build model or something, except
4.
it's like 30% slower.
Expression statement 4. For declaration.
So I don't know. I'm done for now. That was super exciting.
Statement for await. For declaration of assignment.
So I'm gonna let the stream run on for 10 more minutes. And I'll let Siri read whatever is in the JavaScript standard or whatever.
var for binding of assignment expression statement. Let names 1 be the bound names of for binding. Let name
Now I know the memory limit in the code space is actually less than 2 gigs.
by an XB.
In threads, they'll probably take up space in the code space.
Return the var declared names of statement. Switch
And so will other things. So when I make the engine, and I'm going through the standard,
block. Case clause assopt. Default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clause is
I'm gonna have to make sure the functions are using malloc memory, or keep only small functions in the code memory. I don't know, it's gonna be really complicated to freaking figure it out. And I'm not gonna ask chatbot when I get to that point. I'm just gonna fucking figure it out myself. I don't know. That's the end of the stream for now. Tomorrow I'll probably try to do the stupid macros and shit. I didn't even switch the screen. I thought I did. I was talking about this standard. This amazing modern standard It's about as modern as only being able to get 2 gigabytes of memory in the code segment in 64-bit mode in 2025. It's 2025. Yeah, 64-bit mode. Well, they state that it's fake 64-bit. There should be no fake 64-bit mode. They should have just converted 64-bit. Now pull us a fake relative position shit. So, I don't know. That's it for now. Finish this up. Next stream. Let the stream run on for 10 more minutes or whatever, because it doesn't always end. So if I let it run on for 10 more minutes, it might send the whole stream. Peace.
Names 2 and names 3. Catch parameter, block 1. Return the var declared names of block. Function statement list, empty, 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list, statement list. Return top level var declared names of statement list. Class static block statement list, empty, 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list, statement list. Return the top level var declared names of statement list. Concise body, expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Async concise body, expression body 1. Return a new empty list. ECMA International 2024 103. Script, empty. Return a new empty list. Script body, statement list. Return top level var declared names of statement list. Module item list, module item list, module item. Let names 1 be var declared names of module item list. Let names 2 be var declared names of module item. 3. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Module item. Import declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Module item. Export declaration. If export declaration is export variable statement, return bound names of export declaration. Return a new empty list. 2.7 static semantics. var scope declarations. The syntax directed operation var scope declarations takes no arguments and returns a list of parse nodes. It is defined piecewise over the following productions: statement, empty statement, expression statement, continue statement, break statement, return statement, throw statement, debugger statement. Return a new empty list. Block. Return a new empty list. Statement list. Statement list item. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of statement list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Statement list item. Declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration 1. Return variable declaration. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration list. Variable declaration. 2. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of variable declaration list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and variable declaration. 04. ECMA International 2024. If statement. If. Expression statement else statement. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of the first statement. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of the second statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. If statement. If. Expression statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. Do while statement. Do statement while. Expression. 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement while statement. While. Expression statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement for statement. 4. Expression not. Expression not. Expression not statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement for statement. 4. Var variable declaration list. Expression not. Expression not statement. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of variable declaration list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2 for statement. 4. Lexical declaration expression not. Expression not statement 1. Return the var scope declarations of statement for in of statement. 4. left-hand side expression in expression statement. 4. For declaration in expression statement. 4. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement. 4. For declaration of assignment expression statement. For await. Left-hand side expression of assignment expression statement. For await. For declaration of assignment expression statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. For in of statement. 4. var for binding in expression statement. 4. var for binding of assignment expression statement. For await. var for binding of assignment expression statement. Let declarations 1 be for binding. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of statement. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Note this section is extended by an XB 3.5. With statement. With expression statement. Return the var scope declarations of statement. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2024 105. Switch statement. Switch. Expression. Case block 1. Return the var scope declarations of case block. Case block. Return a new empty list. Case block. Case clause assopt. Default clause case clause assopt. If the first case clause is present, let declarations 1 be the var scope declarations of the first case clauses. Else, let declarations 1 be a new empty list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of default clause. If the second case clause is present, let declarations 3 be the var scope declarations of the second case clauses. Else, let declarations 3 be a new empty list. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1, declarations 2, and declarations 3. Case clauses. Case clauses case clause. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of case clauses. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of case clause. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Case clause. Case expression. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Default clause. Default. Statement list opt. If the statement list is present, return the var scope declarations of statement list. Return a new empty list. Labeled statement. Label identifier. Labeled item. Return the var scope declarations of labeled item. Labeled item. Function declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Try statement. Try block catch. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of catch. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try statement. Try block finally. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of finally. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Try statement. Try block catch finally. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of block. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of catch. Let declarations 3 be var scope declarations of finally. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1, declarations 2, and declarations 3. 06. ECMA International 2024. Catch. Catch. Catch parameter. Block. Return the var scope declarations of block. Function statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Function statement list. Statement list. Return the top level var scope declarations of statement list. Class static block statement list. Empty. 1. Return a new empty list. Class static block statement list. Statement list. Return the top level var scope declarations of statement list. Concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Async concise body. Expression body 1. Return a new empty list. Script. Empty. Return a new empty list. Script body. Statement list. Return top level var scope declarations of statement list. Module. Empty. Return a new empty list. Module item list. Module item list module item. Let declarations 1 be var scope declarations of module item list. Let declarations 2 be var scope declarations of module item. Return the list concatenation of declarations 1 and declarations 2. Module item. Import declaration 1. Return a new empty list. Module item. Export declaration. If export declaration is export variable statement, return var scope declarations of variable statement. Return a new empty list. ECMA International 2024 107. 8. 2. 8 static semantics. Top-level lexically declared names. The syntax-directed operation top-level lexically declared names takes no arguments and returns a list of strings. It is defined piecewise over the following productions. Statement list. Statement list item. Let names 1 be top-level lexically declared names of statement list. Let names 2 be top-level lexically declared names of statement list item. Return the list concatenation of names 1 and names 2. Statement list item. Statement 1. Return a new empty list. Statement list item. Declaration